Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I never believed in ghosts, not even a little bit. I was that guy at parties who'd roll his eyes when someone started telling ghost stories. The rational one, the skeptic. Funny how life has a way of completely destroying your certainty. It's been 2 months since the dreams started, and I still haven't found a way to make them stop. I've tried sleeping pills, meditation, even drinking myself into a stupor. Not proud of that one. Nothing works. She still comes, and my marriage keeps falling apart a little more each day. Let me back up. My name is Marcus. I'm 27, living in Harborview, one of those picturesque coastal towns that look perfect on postcards, but are actually just normal places where normal people live normal lives. At least, that's what I thought until recently. I work in IT for a local company, nothing exciting. My wife, Elena, and I have been married for 3 years, and until 2 months ago, I would have told you we were happy. Then Sarah died. Sarah was Eleanor's best friend since elementary school. The kind of friendship where they finished each other's sentences and had a million inside jokes no one else understood. Sarah was at our wedding as the maid of honor, helped us move into our house, came over for dinner at least once a week. She was practically family. Her death was unexpected and made 0 sense. She was 28, healthy, active, the kind of person who did yoga and drank green smoothies. Then one Tuesday, she had a seizure at her desk at work and was gone before the ambulance even arrived. No prior medical history, nothing that could explain it. The doctors called it sudden, unexpected death in epilepsy, even though Sarah had never had epilepsy or seizures before. Elena was devastated. I've never seen grief like that up close before. She cried for days, barely eating or sleeping. I did what I could, took time off work, handled the funeral arrangements with Sarah's brother, made sure Eleanor ate something each day. I felt helpless, but I was trying. The funeral was brutal. Sarah's parents were broken people. Her brother just stared into space the whole time. Elena could barely stand. I remember feeling guilty that I wasn't as destroyed as everyone else. I liked Sarah a lot, but she was Elena's best friend, not mine. Still, I was sad and shocked like everyone else. Then, exactly 1 week after the funeral, the dreams started. The first one was so vivid that when I woke up, I had to check if the kitchen chairs were moved. In the dream, I walked downstairs for a glass of water in the middle of the night and found Sarah sitting at our kitchen table. She was wearing the same blue dress she'd been buried in, but she looked completely normal, not ghostly or transparent or any of that movie crap, just Sarah, sitting there like she'd come over for dinner. When she saw me, she stood up quickly and walked over to me. "You were right," she said. I had no idea what she meant. Right about what? "I hope everyone's doing okay," she continued, like we were having a casual conversation. "Sarah," I remember saying, "why are you here? You're..." I couldn't say the word dead, even in my own dream. "I needed someone to talk to," she said with a small shrug. Then she asked, "How's Elena doing?" Before I could answer, I woke up. Heart pounding, sweating, the whole panic response. I looked at the clock. 4:17 in the morning. Elena was asleep beside me, and I didn't wake her. I told myself it was just a dream, just my brain processing grief in a weird way. But the next night, she was back. This time, we were sitting on our back porch. Again, so real, I could smell the ocean air and feel the wooden chair beneath me. Sarah asked more questions. How was Elena coping? Were her work friends doing the memorial bench they'd talked about? Was her brother taking care of her dog? Normal questions, the kind you'd ask if you'd just been away on a trip and were catching up. I told her Elena was struggling but would be okay, that yes, her co-workers were organizing the bench for the park she used to run in, and that her brother had taken Baxter, her golden retriever, and the dog seemed to be adjusting okay. All true information. "That's good," she said. "I worry about Baxter and I miss him." Her face got sad for a moment, then she changed the subject. The dreams continued every single night. Always Sarah, always looking normal, always wanting to talk about the people she'd left behind. Sometimes she'd reminisce about things we'd done together, the camping trip last summer, the time we all got food poisoning from that new seafood place, Elena and Sarah's inside jokes. The worst one was when she talked about playing cards. The three of us used to play gin rummy on Friday nights sometimes. "I miss playing cards," she said. "Can't play with anyone anymore." Then she looked at me with this expression I still can't get out of my head and said, "Talk to you later," like she was ending a phone call. I woke up shaking after that one. After 3 weeks of these dreams, and they were every single night, without fail, I finally broke down and told Elena. I'd been keeping it from her because I thought it would just add to her pain. Plus, how do you tell your grieving wife that her dead best friend is visiting you in incredibly realistic dreams? It sounds insane. But the dreams were taking a toll on me. I wasn't sleeping well, was having trouble concentrating at work, and Elena could tell something was off. So one Saturday morning over coffee, I told her, I tried to be gentle, to frame it as I've been having these strange dreams about Sarah, probably just my way of processing what happened. But as soon as I described the first dream, Sarah at our kitchen table saying, "You were right," Elena's face changed. She went pale, set her coffee mug down with shaking hands, and started questioning me. What was she wearing? What exactly did she say? Did she mention anything about her apartment? About me? About her parents? I answered as best I could, describing the dreams in detail. Elena listened with this intense focus that made me increasingly uncomfortable. When I finished, she just stared at me for what felt like forever. "Why you?" she finally asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Why is she visiting you and not me?" That was the moment I realized I'd made a terrible mistake in telling her, because I had no answer to that question. It made no sense that Sarah would visit me in dreams rather than Eleanor, her best friend of 20 years. And I could see in Eleanor's eyes that this felt like a betrayal, not just from me for keeping the dreams secret for 3 weeks, but from Sarah herself for choosing to communicate with me instead of her. From that day on, our marriage changed. Eleanor became obsessed with the dreams. Each morning, her first words would be, "Did you see her last night? What did she say?" Sometimes she'd wake me up in the middle of the night if she heard me talking in my sleep, demanding to know if I was dreaming about Sarah. She started leaving questions beside the bed, things written on sticky notes that she wanted me to ask Sarah. Most were what you'd expect. Does it hurt to die? Is there an afterlife? Is she okay? Why did this happen to her? I never asked any of them. The dreams didn't work that way. Sarah talked, I listened. Sometimes I responded naturally, like in a normal conversation, but I couldn't control anything. Our conversations as a couple dwindled to almost nothing except discussions about my dreams. Elena barely touched me anymore. She started sleeping in the guest room some nights, saying my talking in my sleep kept her awake. But I knew the real reason. She couldn't stand to be next to me, knowing Sarah might visit me in my dreams while ignoring her completely. About 6 weeks in, Eleanor suggested I try to stop the dreams. She'd been researching online and found methods people use to stop recurring nightmares, sleep deprivation, lucid dreaming techniques, meditation before bed. I tried them all, partly to please Elena, and partly because the dreams were exhausting me too. Nothing worked. Sarah still came, night after night. There was one night when I tried to confront her. We were walking along the beach in my dream, a beach that looked exactly like the one near our house, where the three of us used to go. "Why are you here, Sarah?" I asked directly. "Why are you visiting me and not Elena?" Sarah looked sad. "It doesn't work like that," she said. "I didn't choose you. You're just available." "Available how?" I pressed. "Some people can see through the veil easier than others," she said cryptically. "Elena's grief is too thick. It's like a wall. But you—" She shrugged. "You're like a window that got left open." I woke up immediately after that, my heart racing. When I told Elena what Sarah had said, she broke down completely. I held her while she sobbed, and it was the first time in weeks I felt like we were connecting again. But it didn't last. By afternoon, she was back to that distant, resentful person my wife had become. Last week, things got even worse. In my dream, Sarah and I were sitting on a dock, feet dangling in the water. Out of nowhere, she said, "Tell Elena to check the bottom drawer of my desk at work. There's a letter for her there. I wrote it the day before. You know." When I told Elena the next morning, she immediately called Sarah's boss and asked about the desk. Turns out they'd packed up Sarah's things weeks ago, but after some searching, they found the letter in an envelope with Eleanor's name on it, just where Sarah had said it would be. Elena wouldn't let me read the letter. She took it into our bedroom, closed the door, and stayed there for hours. When she finally came out, her eyes were swollen from crying, and she wouldn't talk about what was in it. All she said was, "How could you know about this? How could you possibly know?" I didn't have an answer. I still don't. 2 nights ago, I had the most disturbing dream yet. Sarah appeared in our bedroom while I was sleeping, a dream within a dream. She sat on the edge of the bed and looked down at Elena sleeping beside me. "I miss her so much," Sarah said quietly. "I wish I could talk to her like I talk to you." "Why can't you?" I asked. Sarah shook her head. "It's not allowed. There are rules." "What rules? Who makes them?" She ignored my question and reached out as if to touch Elena's hair, but her hand passed through. "Tell her I'm okay," Sarah said. "Tell her I'm still here, just elsewhere, and tell her it wasn't anyone's fault." I promised I would. Then Sarah leaned over and whispered something I couldn't hear. I strained to catch the words, but they were too faint. "What did you say?" I asked. Sarah looked at me, her eyes suddenly very dark and very old. "Time's running out," she said clearly. "For all of you." I jerked awake, gasping. Elena was already awake beside me, staring at the ceiling. "She was here, wasn't she?" Elena asked without looking at me. I felt her. I didn't know what to say. If I told Elena what Sarah had said about time running out, it would terrify her. If I lied, she'd know. So I just said, "Yes, she misses you." Elena turned to look at me then, her eyes full of tears and something else. Fear, maybe, or resignation. "This isn't going to stop, is it?" she asked. "I don't know," I answered honestly. "I don't know how to make it stop." "Maybe you don't want it to stop," she said, her voice bitter. "Maybe you like being special, being the one she chose." That hurt. "That's not fair," I said. "You think I want this? You think I enjoy watching our marriage fall apart over something I can't control?" She didn't answer, just got up and left the room. We barely spoke yesterday. Last night's dream was brief. Sarah sat across from me at a table I didn't recognize. "I won't be able to come much longer," she said. "It gets harder to cross over each time." "Is that a good thing?" I asked. "Maybe you're supposed to move on, go wherever you're supposed to go." She smiled sadly. "That's not how it works. I'm not stuck, Marcus. I'm trying to help." "Help with what?" "Preventing what's coming." She looked over my shoulder at something I couldn't see, and her expression changed to one of alarm. "I have to go. They're watching." "Who's watching?" I demanded, suddenly afraid. But she was already fading. The last thing she said was, Check Elena's left wrist. I woke up confused and disturbed. It was still dark, just after 3 in the morning. Elena wasn't in bed. I found her in the bathroom, sitting on the edge of the tub, crying silently. "Elle, what's wrong?" I asked, still half asleep. She looked up, startled, then quickly pulled down the sleeve of her robe, but not before I caught a glimpse of what looked like scratch marks on her left wrist, exactly where Sarah had told me to check. "Did you do that to yourself?" I asked, alarmed. "No," she whispered. "I woke up like this. I was dreaming about Sarah and she was trying to hold my hand, but her fingers were like claws." She started crying harder. "What's happening to us, Marcus? What's happening?" I didn't have an answer. I still don't. I'm writing this all down now while Elena is finally asleep, trying to make sense of it, trying to find some pattern or explanation that doesn't involve actual ghosts or supernatural visitations. But I'm running out of rational explanations. The scratches on Elena's wrist are real. The letter in Sarah's desk drawer was real. The things Sarah tells me about people's reactions to her death are verifiably accurate, things I couldn't have known. And now Sarah says time is running out for all of you, and something is coming that she's trying to prevent. What does that even mean? I'm exhausted. Elena's exhausted. Our marriage is hanging by a thread. But I'm also terrified of what will happen if the dreams stop, both because Elena might never forgive me for being Sarah's chosen contact, and because what if Sarah is actually trying to warn us about something real? It's 4:38 now. Elena will be up for work in a couple of hours. I should try to get some sleep, but I'm afraid of who might be waiting for me when I close my eyes. And I'm equally afraid of what it means if no one is there at all. Story 2. I still can't walk in the woods at night. Even normal night sounds like crickets or an owl can trigger a panic attack. My therapist says I need to talk about what happened, so I'm finally writing it down, though I doubt anyone will believe me. What we saw that night in the ravine near Pinewood Creek changed everything for me, Scott, and Derek. We were just 3 17-year-old idiots looking for something to do during the summer before senior year. Growing up in a logging town, there's not much excitement unless you make it yourself. Our town had maybe 3,000 people, most of them working for the timber company or supporting businesses. The entire downtown was basically one main street with a diner, hardware store, and the movie theater that showed films 6 months after they'd left bigger cities. This happened in June of 2018. My parents were asleep, thinking I was in my room playing video games. Instead, I snuck out around 11 at night to meet Scott and Derek. We'd planned to just walk around, maybe smoke a little weed that Derek had gotten from his older brother. Nothing crazy. Just typical teenage rebellion in a town where everyone's in bed by 10. We met up at the end of Timber Road, where the streetlights stopped. From there, it was just a dirt road that loggers used to access the cutting areas. The company had been harvesting heavily that season, and both sides of the road were freshly cleared. It looked bizarre at night, all these stumps and fallen branches under the moonlight, like some apocalyptic landscape. The air still smelled like pine sap and diesel. My brother said some kids found a party spot about a mile down, Derek said, flicking on his phone flashlight. He was always the one pushing us to do stuff, probably because his home life was tough and he hated being there. Scott was more hesitant. "I don't know, man. My dad says there've been bear sightings since the clearing started." "Don't be such a pussy," Derek laughed. "Bears won't bother us if we make noise." I was somewhere in the middle, excited for adventure, but not as fearless as Derek. The night was cool for June, maybe 55 degrees, and I remember wishing I'd worn a hoodie instead of just a t-shirt. We started walking down the logging road, our phone flashlights bouncing across the dirt. We weren't being particularly quiet, laughing, talking about girls from school, complaining about our summer jobs. Derek had just lit a joint when I noticed something strange in the distance. "Hey, you see that?" I asked. pointing ahead and to the right of the road. Maybe 200 yards away, there was a faint orange glow through the trees, like a small fire or lantern. Probably some other people having a bonfire, Derek said, but he sounded uncertain. All the way out here? Scott asked. Nobody camps in this area? It's all active logging? The three of us stood there for a minute, staring at the light. I felt the first twinge of uneasiness then, but Derek was already stepping off the road. "Let's check it out," he said with that reckless grin of his. Scott looked at me and I shrugged. "We came out for adventure, right?" So we left the logging road and started trudging through the cleared forest. It was slow going. We had to climb over fallen trees and navigate around brush piles. The orange glow seemed to stay the same distance away no matter how long we walked, which was disorienting. After what felt like 30 minutes, I checked my phone. It was 11:48 p.m. We reached a steep ravine. It was about 20 feet across and maybe 40 feet deep, cutting through the landscape like a scar. Our side had been completely cleared of trees, but the opposite side was untouched forest. Tall pines and firs growing right up to the edge. The orange glow we'd been following was nowhere to be seen. "What the hell?" Derek muttered, shining his light down into the ravine. I swore the light was coming from this direction. I knelt at the edge of the ravine, catching my breath. The drop was steep, not quite vertical, but close. At the bottom, I could see rocks and a thin stream of water. Scott flopped down on his back nearby, staring up at the stars and complaining about the wild goose chase. Derek remained standing, flashlight off, looking intently across the ravine into the dense trees on the other side. "You guys feel weird?" he asked suddenly, his voice different, tighter, more serious than I'd ever heard from him. I was about to make a joke when I noticed how rigid he'd become. He was staring fixedly at something across the ravine, completely motionless. "Derek?" I asked, standing up. "What are you looking at?" He didn't answer, didn't even blink, just kept staring. I followed his gaze, squinting into the darkness between the trees on the other side. At first I saw nothing, just the black shapes of tree trunks against the slightly less black forest. Then I saw it. Between two large trees at the edge of the ravine, maybe 30 feet away, stood something that looked vaguely human in shape, but was clearly not human. It was tall and thin, probably about 6 feet, and completely naked. Its skin was pale white, not just white like a person, but luminous, almost glowing faintly in the darkness. It had no hair that I could see, and its proportions were wrong. The arms hung too low, almost to its knees, and its legs seemed too thin to support even its slight frame. But the face, God, the face is what still wakes me up at night. It was oval, with features that seemed half-formed, like a sculpture that wasn't finished. The eyes were large black holes, and there was no visible nose, just slight indentations where one should be. The mouth was just a line, completely closed. It wasn't moving. It was just standing there, staring directly at us. I couldn't breathe. My entire body went cold. I've never felt terror like that. It was physical, like ice water replacing my blood. "Do you guys see that?" I whispered, my voice shaking. Derek didn't respond. He was still frozen, staring back at the thing. Scott sat up from where he'd been lying. "See what?" "Across the ravine," I said, not pointing, not wanting to draw attention to the fact that I'd noticed it. "Between those two big trees, there's something standing there." Scott squinted, then his body went rigid too. "What the fuck is that?" he hissed. I now realized Derek had been staring at this thing the entire time, completely paralyzed by fear. None of us moved, and neither did the entity. It was like a standoff. But I had the overwhelming sensation that it was assessing us somehow. That's when we heard it. A whistle, but not like any human whistle I've ever heard before or since. It was unnaturally deep, loud enough that it seemed to vibrate in my chest, and it sounded like it came from directly behind us, as if someone had put their lips right next to our ears and whistled. But there was nobody behind us. We were standing at the edge of a cleared forest. There was nowhere anyone could hide. The whistle lasted maybe 3 seconds, and when it stopped, the thing across the ravine tilted its head slightly to one side, like a curious dog. I don't remember deciding to run. I don't remember saying anything to my friends. 1 second we were frozen in terror, and the next we were sprinting back through the cleared forest toward the logging road. I've never run so fast in my life. Branches tore at my arms and I fell twice over logs, but I was up in an instant, driven by pure animal fear. The worst part was that I was convinced it was right behind us the entire time. I could feel it at my back, closing in. Every few seconds, I'd hear twigs snapping or leaves rustling that weren't coming from us. And that deep whistle seemed to echo in my ears, though it didn't sound again. What had been a 30-minute walk to the ravine took us maybe 5 minutes to cover at a dead sprint. By the time we reached the logging road, I was hyperventilating, my lungs burning. We didn't stop running until we reached Derek's house, which was closest to where we'd come out. We burst through his back door, his parents were away for the weekend, and locked it behind us, then ran around the house turning on every light. We sat in his living room until dawn, backs against the wall, jumping at every sound from outside. None of us spoke much that night. What was there to say? We'd all seen it. We'd all heard that whistle, and we all knew that whatever we'd encountered wasn't something that should exist in our world. The next day, we tried to rationalize it. Scott suggested it might have been someone playing a prank, wearing some kind of costume. Derek thought maybe we'd all hallucinated from the weed, even though Scott hadn't smoked any. I wanted desperately to believe it was a bear standing on its hind legs or some other animal that our fear-addled brains had misinterpreted, but none of those explanations felt right. They didn't account for that whistle that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. They didn't explain how something could look so humanoid, yet so clearly not human. And they certainly didn't explain the feeling we all had, that deep, primal terror that warns you when you're in the presence of something utterly alien. We made a pact not to tell anyone else. Who would believe us anyway? But we also swore never to go back to that ravine, day or night. 2 weeks later, we heard that the logging company had pulled out of that area unexpectedly. Rumors around town said several workers had quit after strange experiences at the site. I don't know if that was related to what we saw, but it felt too coincidental. It's been 5 years now. I'm 22 and in college 2 states away, but I still come home for holidays. Derek joined the military to get as far from Pinewood Creek as possible. Scott still lives in town, working at his dad's hardware store, but he's different now, quieter, always looking over his shoulder. None of us walk alone at night anymore. None of us go hiking or camping. The sound of whistling, any whistling, can send us into panic attacks. I've tried to convince myself it was just a teenage trauma that my mind has blown out of proportion over time. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I see that pale figure standing perfectly still between the trees, watching me with those empty black eyes, and I wonder if it's still there in that ravine, waiting for someone else to follow an unexplained orange light into the darkness. And sometimes, on windy nights, I swear I can hear that deep, impossible whistle like it's followed me all this way, reminding me that some things can't be explained or forgotten, no matter how hard we try. Story 3. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family before. I'm still not sure why I'm writing it now, except that maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of what's happening to us, what's happening to me. I'm 15 years old, and I've been cursed since before I was born. That sounds dramatic, I know, but it's the truth. My mother was born in the highlands of Ethiopia, in a small village nestled between mountains that scraped the sky. She moved to America when she was 20, but the things that haunted her in Ethiopia followed her here. For as long as I can remember, my mother has suffered from terrible headaches that leave her curled up in the dark of her bedroom for hours, sometimes days. She sees things too. Shadows that move when they shouldn't, figures standing at the foot of her bed, faces peering in through windows on the second floor of our house. When I was little, I thought every mum was like this, disappearing into darkened rooms with cold compresses over their eyes, whispering prayers in Amharic when they thought no one could hear. It wasn't until I started school that I realized my home life was different. I was 7 when it started happening to me too. It began with nightmares, vivid dreams where I couldn't move while something heavy sat on my chest. I'd wake up gasping for air, my sheets soaked with sweat. My mother would rush to my room, her eyes wide with fear rather than concern. I remember her clutching me so tight it hurt, rocking back and forth while she cried. "Not you too," she kept saying. "Please, not you too." By the time I turned 10, the nightmares had evolved into something worse. I started seeing things when I was awake, glimpses of movement in empty hallways, strange reflections in windows and mirrors that didn't match what should have been there. My mother's face would go pale when I described these things to her, and she'd make calls to relatives back home, speaking rapidly in Amharic, while I pretended not to notice her trembling hands. Last year, things escalated. I started getting the headaches too, blinding pain that made me vomit and see spots. During one particularly bad episode, I saw a tall, thin shadow standing in the corner of my room. It didn't move like a normal shadow should. It seemed to breathe. That's when my mother finally told me everything. We sat at our kitchen table on a Sunday afternoon, sunlight streaming through the windows in a way that should have made the conversation impossible. How can you discuss demons in broad daylight? But that's what we did. "Our family is cursed, Amara," she said simply, as if commenting on the weather. "It has been for generations." She explained that women in our family have always been sensitive to the other side, the world of spirits and demons that exists alongside our own. But what was once just sensitivity had turned into something darker, a curse that grew stronger with each generation. "When I was pregnant with you," my mother said, her voice barely above a whisper, "the nightmares were worse than ever before. I would see things standing over me, watching me sleep. Sometimes they would speak to me in languages I didn't understand." The night after I was born, while still in the hospital, my mother had a dream that still haunts her. She described a dark, shadowy figure crawling across her hospital bed, moving slowly toward the plastic bassinet where I slept. In the dream, she couldn't move or scream as the entity reached my newborn body, tracing one long finger across my cheek. "Mine now," it had whispered, before my mother finally managed to wake herself up with a scream that brought nurses running. I felt cold, despite the warm sunlight flooding our kitchen. "Why didn't you tell me before?" I asked. "I hoped it wouldn't touch you," she said, looking down at her hands. "I hoped it would end with me." But it hadn't, and now it was getting worse. 3 months ago, my mother's friend Desta traveled back to Sudan to consult with spiritual experts about our family's situation. My mother had finally reached her breaking point after finding me sleepwalking in the bathroom at 3 in the morning, speaking in a language that wasn't English or Amharic or any language she recognized. Desta returned 2 weeks later with disturbing news. The spiritual leaders she consulted had performed rituals to discover the source of our family curse. What they found apparently terrified them. According to Desta, our family line had been cursed not just by our ancestral past, but by 4 different individuals, for reasons unknown even to the experts. "They were scared, Muna," Desta told my mother. I was listening from the hallway. "I've never seen elders react like that before. They gave me these protective charms, but they warned that the entities attached to your family are very powerful." The charms, small leather pouches containing herbs and written prayers, now hang in every room of our house. My mother placed one under my mattress and another above my bedroom door. I wear one on a cord around my neck, hidden beneath my clothes. They don't seem to make any difference. 2 nights ago, everything changed. That's why I'm writing this now. I need to get it out before I convince myself it didn't happen. It was around midnight. I had gone to bed early because I had a history test the next day. I remember checking my alarm was set and then drifting off to sleep almost immediately. I don't know how long I slept before the dream began. In the dream, I was awake in my bedroom, but everything was slightly wrong. The colors were muted, like someone had dialed down the saturation. My bookshelf was on the wrong wall. The door to my closet was open when I always keep it closed. From inside the closet came a soft scratching sound, like fingernails on wood. I wanted to look away, to close my eyes, but I couldn't. I watched as something emerged from the darkness of my closet. A hand at first, with fingers too long and too thin to be human. Then an arm, equally elongated and wrong. The skin was black, but not like any human skin tone. It was the absence of light, a darkness that seemed to absorb the dim light of my room. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. I tried to move but was completely paralyzed. Sleep paralysis, I thought desperately. That's all this is, just sleep paralysis. I'll wake up soon. The figure continued to emerge, unfolding itself from my closet in a way that defied anatomy. It was impossibly tall and thin, having to stoop to avoid hitting my ceiling. Its face was featureless except for 2 glowing red points where eyes should be. It moved toward my bed with a strange, jerking gait. When it reached the edge of my mattress, it leaned down until its face was inches from mine. I could feel its breath on my skin, hot and dry like air from an open oven. "Let me in, Amara," it whispered, its voice somehow inside my head rather than in the room. "It's time. You know it's time." I still couldn't move, couldn't scream. Tears ran down my temples into my hair. "Your grandmother fought. Your mother fought," the thing continued. "But you won't fight, will you, Amara? You're tired of fighting. I can make the pain stop. No more headaches, no more nightmares. Just let me in." And the most terrifying part is that for a moment, just a brief moment, I considered it. Because I am tired. The headaches are getting worse, coming 3 or 4 times a week now. The nightmares barely let me sleep. Would it really be so bad to just give in? As if sensing my thoughts, the thing's mouth split into a wide grin, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. "Yes," it hissed. "Yes." It placed one of its long-fingered hands on my chest, right over my heart. The weight of it was enormous, crushing. I couldn't breathe. Blackness started to creep in at the edges of my vision. With the last of my strength, I managed to move one finger. Just one. I knocked against the protective charm under my pillow. The contact was minimal, just the slightest brush of skin against leather, but the effect was immediate. The entity recoiled as if struck, its featureless face contorting in what might have been pain or rage. It backed away from my bed, those glowing red eyes never leaving mine. "Soon," it said, the word burning in my mind like a brand. "You can't keep me out forever. This generation or the next, your family belongs to me." Then I woke up for real, gasping and clawing at my chest where I could still feel the pressure of its hand. My entire body ached like I'd been beaten. My sheets were soaked with sweat. The protective charm that had been under my pillow was now clutched in my hand, the leather worn as if I'd been gripping it for hours. My mother was standing in my doorway, watching me with hollow eyes. "You were screaming," she said. "I tried to wake you, but I couldn't." I told her everything. As I spoke, she got paler and paler until I was afraid she might faint. When I finished, she sat on the edge of my bed and took my hands in hers. "It's getting stronger," she whispered. "With each generation it gets stronger and more direct. When my grandmother was alive, it was just strange feelings and occasional sightings. For my mother, it was nightmares and voices. For me, it was sleep paralysis and visions. And now for you..." "What does it want?" I asked. My mother shook her head. "I don't know exactly. But whatever it is, we can't let it have it. She squeezed my hand so tight it hurt. We have to be stronger, Amara. We have to fight it. That was 2 nights ago. Last night I was too terrified to sleep, so I sat up with all the lights on, watching videos on my phone to stay awake. Around 3 in the morning, every light in my room flickered simultaneously. My phone died despite being fully charged. In the sudden darkness, I heard that dry, hot whisper again. Soon. My mother found me this morning, still awake, huddled in the corner of my room. She called the school and told them I was sick. She's been making calls all day to relatives in Ethiopia, trying to find someone who might know more about our family's curse. I'm writing this now because I'm afraid of what's going to happen tonight. Each time the entity comes, it's stronger and more determined. The protective charms seem less effective every time. My mother's headache started an hour ago, one of the bad ones that makes her vomit. I can feel pressure building behind my own eyes, too. Whatever this thing is, it's escalating. I don't know how much longer we can fight it. I don't know if writing this down will help, but at least there will be a record. A warning, maybe. If you've ever experienced anything like this, please let me know. I need help. We need help. The sun is setting now, and I'm watching the shadows in my room grow longer. Is it my imagination, or are they moving in ways they shouldn't? I have to go check on my mother. The sounds coming from her room have stopped, and that scares me more than her cries of pain did. Please, if anyone knows anything about generational curses or entities that get stronger over time, reach out to me before it's too late, before I start thinking that letting it in might be easier than fighting it any longer. Story 4. I've never really talked about this stuff before, not properly anyway. I mean, I've mentioned bits and pieces to friends, but they always look at me with that mix of concern and disbelief that makes you stop mid-sentence and laugh it off. But I need to get this out there. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. I've always been sensitive, I guess you could say. My grandmother called it having a half-open third eye. Not fully psychic, but not completely oblivious to the other side either. Growing up, I thought everyone occasionally saw or felt things that weren't technically there. Turns out they don't. The first time I realized I was different was when I was 7. My family had taken me to this park for some kind of religious ceremony. It was supposed to be about honoring ancestors and bringing peace to troubled spirits. Pretty heavy stuff for a kid. While the adults were doing their thing with incense and prayers, I wandered off a bit and saw it. A figure hanging from one of the trees, not like hanging out on a branch, but hanging. I screamed and pointed, but when my parents rushed over, they saw nothing. That night, my mum told me that a young man had taken his life in that exact spot 3 years earlier. Throughout my childhood and teenage years, these moments would come and go. I'd have dreams that felt different from regular dreams, more vivid, more real. Then, days or sometimes months later, I'd see the exact scenes play out on the news. Nothing world-changing, just local stuff. A specific car accident on a certain street, a fire at a restaurant I'd never been to, things like that. The worst experience was during a school trip when I was 15. We were visiting this World War II memorial park, and everyone was taking pictures and being respectful, but basically treating it like any school outing. The moment I stepped past the main entrance, it was like someone had cranked the volume up to 11 on thousands of people screaming in agony. I collapsed right there, hands over my ears, begging for it to stop. My classmates thought I was having some kind of seizure or panic attack. How could I explain that I was hearing the echoes of people who died decades ago? Anyway, that's the background. I'm 28 now, and for the past year, things have gotten intense. I moved into this house in Willowbrook about 2 years ago. It's a nice neighborhood, quiet, the kind of place where people walk their dogs in the evening and wave to each other. Nothing about the house seemed off when I moved in. No creepy basement, no tragic history I'm aware of, just a regular suburban home built in the early 90s. The first 6 months were normal. Then the dreams started. I've had sleep paralysis before, that terrifying feeling of being awake but unable to move, while your brain projects hallucinations into your bedroom. These were different. In these dreams, I'm fully lucid, aware that I'm dreaming but unable to wake myself up. And there are visitors. They usually appear as these monkey-like figures, perched on my chest or at the foot of my bed, just watching. They have these red eyes that don't blink, and sometimes they tilt their heads like they're trying to figure me out. I know how it sounds, but these dreams feel more real than my actual waking life sometimes. But the dreams aren't what terrify me. It's what happens when I'm awake. There's something in my house, not a ghost exactly, more like a presence. At first it was subtle. I'd be sitting at my computer playing a game, and I'd feel something nudge my elbow, throwing off my aim. Or I'd be cooking, and all the cabinet doors would be open when I turned around, even though I distinctly remembered closing them. Then it escalated. I'd be lying in bed, scrolling through my phone before sleep, and I'd feel the mattress dip beside me as if someone had sat down. When I looked, nothing was there, but the impression remained for several seconds before slowly rising back up. Sometimes I'd feel breath on my neck, warm and moist, when I was home alone. The worst part, though, is what's been happening at night. About a year ago, I was jolted awake by the sound of my bedroom door handle rattling violently. It wasn't the subtle jiggle of someone checking if it's locked. It was the aggressive shaking of someone trying to force their way in. I lay there frozen, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs. The rattling continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or so, then stopped abruptly. In the morning, I found the handle was loose, like someone had been trying to dismantle it. I called a locksmith, got a new handle installed with a deadbolt, and tried to convince myself it was just some freak occurrence. Maybe the wood had contracted in the night, or maybe I dreamed the whole thing. But deep down, I knew better. For a few months, things were quiet, and I started to relax. Then, about 4 months ago, it changed its approach. Now, instead of the violent rattling, it tries the handle gently, almost respectfully, like it's trying not to wake me. The problem is, I always wake up about 30 seconds before it happens. Every single time. It's like my body knows it's coming and pulls me from sleep as a warning. The first few times I just lay there, paralyzed with fear, listening to the gentle turning of the handle, followed by the slight pressure against the door as whatever it is tests the lock. Eventually, it would give up, and I'd hear nothing. Not footsteps walking away, not a creak in the floorboards, just an absence of sound that's somehow more terrifying than noise. I've tried setting up cameras, but they either malfunction or show nothing. I've tried sage, crystals, prayers, salt lines at my door. All the things Google suggests for paranormal activity. Nothing works. Last month, after a particularly exhausting week at work, I forgot to lock my bedroom door. I realized my mistake as I was falling asleep but was too tired to get up. Just this once, I told myself. Nothing will happen. I couldn't have been more wrong. I woke up in the middle of the night with that familiar sense of dread. The hair on my arms was standing up and my mouth was dry. I kept my eyes firmly shut, pretending to be asleep, as I heard my door slowly open. The hinges made the faintest whisper as the door swung inward. Then silence. I could feel it standing in my doorway, watching me. My heart was racing so fast I was sure the sound would give me away. Slowly, so slowly, I heard it move across my bedroom floor. There were no footsteps, just a sense of movement, like air being displaced. It came right up to the side of my bed, and I could feel its presence looming over me. The temperature around my face dropped several degrees, and I fought the urge to shiver or flinch. Then it leaned down. I could feel it hovering inches from my face, studying me. Something brushed a strand of hair from my forehead, not a hand, nothing solid, but something moved my hair with deliberate care. That's when I knew with absolute certainty that it was checking if I was really asleep. I kept my breathing as steady as possible, fighting against every instinct to scream or run. After what felt like an eternity, the presence retreated. My door closed with the same careful silence, and I heard the handle turn as if it was being pulled shut from the outside. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night, or the next. I've been surviving on caffeine and fear ever since. Last night was the worst yet, and it's why I'm finally writing this all down. I did everything right. Checked my lock 3 times, pushed my dresser against the door for good measure, even took a sleeping pill to make sure I'd stay under. But like clockwork, I woke up at 3:17 in the morning, that familiar dread washing over me. At first, there was nothing. No rattling, no gentle turning of the handle. Just silence. I started to think maybe, just maybe, the extra precautions had worked. Then I heard a soft tapping on my window. My bedroom is on the 2nd floor. The tapping continued, gentle but persistent. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. Like someone politely asking to be let in. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My blinds were closed, but through the slats I could see a shadow moving outside, darker than the night sky. The tapping stopped. I heard a sound like nails dragging slowly down the glass, and then a voice. Not outside my window, but somehow inside my head. "Let me in, Claire." My name. It knew my name. I must have passed out from fear, because the next thing I knew, my alarm was going off, and sunlight was streaming through my window. I immediately checked the glass for scratches or marks, but found nothing. The dresser was still firmly against the door, the lock still engaged. But there on my pillow, right next to where my head had been, was a single strand of hair that wasn't mine, coarser and darker than my blonde waves. I'm writing this from a coffee shop because I can't bear to be in my house right now. I'm not sure what to do. Moving isn't an option financially, and honestly, I'm not convinced it wouldn't follow me. Whatever this thing is, it's been getting more persistent, more bold. It's learning, adapting, finding new ways to reach me. Tonight, I'm staying at a friend's place, but I can't do that forever. Eventually, I'll have to go back home, back to my room, back to that door that keeps out whatever waits for me on the other side. And sooner or later, I know I'll forget to lock it again, or the lock won't be enough, and then I'll find out what happens when the midnight visitor finally gets in. The worst part? Sometimes, in those moments between sleeping and waking, I find myself almost curious. What does it want? Why me? And there's this tiny, horrible part of me that wants to find out, that wants to keep my eyes open next time and see what's been watching me all these nights. I'm terrified that when the moment comes, I might not look away. Story 5. I've never been the type to get spooked easily. Working as a bartender for 3 years in downtown Meridian City, I've dealt with my fair share of weirdos, drunks, and creeps. But what happened last Thursday night was something else entirely. It's been 5 days, and I still can't shake this feeling of dread hanging over me. The night started like any other. I was working the closing shift with Amber, and business was steady but manageable. It was around 11:30 when I noticed her. I was mixing a Manhattan when I caught something in my peripheral vision, someone sliding onto a bar stool at the far end of the counter. She looked normal, I guess, maybe even attractive. Dark hair pulled back in a sleek ponytail. Expensive-looking blouse, great posture, but something felt off immediately. I can't really explain it. Maybe it was how still she sat, not checking her phone or looking around like most solo customers do. When I finished the Manhattan, I walked over to her with my usual smile. "Hi there, welcome to Blackwell's. First time visiting us?" Before I could even finish my sentence, she cut in. "You're adorable, so beautiful." Her voice was oddly monotone, almost rehearsed. But what really threw me was her eyes. They were fixed on mine with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Her pupils were huge, like unnaturally dilated, despite the bar's bright lighting. I'm not exaggerating when I say she didn't blink once during our entire first exchange. I laughed nervously. Thanks. Can I get you something to drink? She tilted her head slightly, still staring. I'll have whatever you think I should have. Well, what kinds of alcohol do you prefer? Something strong, sweet, a cocktail maybe? I like all animals, she replied, completely straight-faced. I thought maybe I'd misheard her. I'm sorry, I meant what types of drinks do you usually go for? I like everything. Her expression never changed. I was getting frustrated but tried to stay professional. How about a vodka soda to start? If that's what you want to give me. Her eyes remained locked on mine, and I swear to God she still hadn't blinked. As I made her drink, I kept feeling her eyes on me. Not in the way customers sometimes check you out, but like she was studying me, memorizing me. When I set the drink down, she didn't touch it. Aren't you going to try it? I asked. I will when I'm ready. Then she smiled, but only with her mouth. Her eyes remained cold and analytical. I moved away to help other customers, but every time I glanced over, she was watching me. Not looking around the bar, not on her phone, not even drinking, just staring at me. The drink sat untouched in front of her. After about 15 minutes, I asked Amber to check on her because the whole thing was making me uncomfortable. I watched their interaction from the other end of the bar. Immediately, the woman's demeanor changed. She looked down at her drink instead of at Amber, gave short, clipped responses, and seemed almost annoyed. Then, Amber said something that made the woman look up, and I saw her expression change. She reached out and touched Amber's face, saying something I couldn't hear. When Amber came back, she looked shaken. That lady is weird as hell, she whispered. She just touched my face and told me I had perfect lips for speaking. What does that even mean? And she still hasn't touched her drink. About 10 minutes later, the woman waved me over. I really didn't want to go, but I couldn't exactly ignore a customer. As soon as I approached, her intense stare locked onto me again. Do you live nearby? She asked, her voice unnervingly soft. I don't really share personal information with customers, I responded, trying to keep it light. That's wise. There are dangerous people everywhere. She smiled again with just her mouth. I could be dangerous. The way she said it made my blood run cold. It wasn't said as a joke or a flirtation. It sounded like a statement of fact. Where do you live? I countered, trying to turn the conversation around. I'll get back to you on that, she replied, that same empty smile fixed on her face. What's your name? I tried again. Names are temporary. I like to live in the moment. At this point, I was getting seriously creeped out. I made an excuse about needing to serve other customers and walked away. I told our bouncer, Marco, to keep an eye on her. He nodded and positioned himself where he could watch her without being obvious. Around midnight, I was restocking glasses when Marco came over looking confused. Hey, weird question. Did that lady at the end of the bar come in through the front door? I thought about it and realized I hadn't seen her enter at all. She'd just appeared at that bar stool. I'm not sure. Why? I've been at the door all night and don't remember seeing her come in, and she's been here like an hour without touching that drink. This sent a chill through me. If Marco hadn't seen her come in through the front, how did she get in? I walked over to Amber. That woman at the end of the bar, did you see her come in? Amber shook her head. No, she was just there suddenly. Why? Marco says he doesn't remember her coming through the front. We both looked over at the woman, who was now running her finger around the rim of her still full glass, staring down at the liquid as if it contained some great secret. Maybe she came in during that big group of college kids, Amber suggested, but she sounded uncertain. I tried to brush it off, but it bothered me. Our bar only has two entrances, the main door where Marco is stationed and the employee exit in the back, which is always locked and opens into the alley behind the building. No customer would have any reason to come in that way. At around 12:30, I noticed the woman stand up. She left her untouched drink on the counter and began walking toward the back of the bar, not toward the restrooms, but toward our employee area. "Excuse me," I called after her. "That's staff only back there." She turned and looked at me, that same unsettling smile on her face. "I'm leaving now." "The exit is at the front," I said, pointing toward the main entrance. "I know where I'm going," she replied, and continued walking. I hurried after her, concerned she was going to try to get into our office or storage areas. But when I rounded the corner, she was pushing open the employee exit door, the one that's supposed to be locked from the outside. "Wait," I said, genuinely confused. "How did you—" She turned back to face me, standing half in the doorway. "You should get better locks. Anyone could get in." "Did you come in this way?" I asked, my heart starting to pound. "I go wherever I want to go," she said. Then she asked, "What will you be doing after this place closes?" The question caught me off guard. Cleaning up. Closing the bar." "Why?" Her smile widened. "Me too." Before I could process what she meant by that, she asked, "Aren't you going to ask my name before I leave?" Feeling like I was following some script I didn't understand, I asked, "What's your name?" She leaned in close, too close, and whispered, "I'll get back to you." Then she slipped out the door into the dark alley. I immediately locked the door behind her and ran back to the bar, my hands shaking. I told Amber and Marco what had happened, and Marco went outside to check the alley, but there was no sign of her. It was like she'd vanished. The rest of the night was a blur. We closed up as quickly as possible, and Marco insisted on walking both Amber and me to our cars. I kept looking over my shoulder the entire way home, convinced I was being followed. When I got to my apartment, I triple-checked all the locks and windows. I couldn't sleep at all that night. I kept thinking about her words, "Me too," when I said I'd be cleaning up after closing. What did she mean? That she'd be watching me, waiting for me. The next day, I asked my manager to check the security footage. We have cameras at both entrances and throughout the bar, but when we reviewed the tapes, things got even weirder. We could clearly see the woman sitting at the bar, talking to me, talking to Amber. We could see her getting up and walking toward the back, but there was no footage of her entering the bar at all. And when we checked the camera covering the employee exit, it showed the door opening from the inside, but no one visible walking through it. My manager said it must be a glitch in the system, but I don't buy it. Something was very wrong about that woman. The way she moved, spoke, those unblinking eyes with those massive pupils, the way she seemed to know things she shouldn't know, how she appeared and disappeared without a trace. I've been jumpy ever since. Loud noises make me flinch. I keep thinking I see her out of the corner of my eye, on the street, in the grocery store, outside my apartment building. Last night I woke up at 3 in the morning with the absolute certainty that someone was standing outside my bedroom door, just waiting. I lay there for 2 hours, too terrified to get up and check. I've called in sick to work for the past few nights. My manager is annoyed but understanding given the weird circumstances. Amber says she's been having nightmares about the woman. Marco swears he saw someone who looked like her standing across the street from the bar last night, just watching the entrance. But when he went to investigate, there was no one there. I don't know what to do. I can't explain what happened or what that woman was. All I know is that something about her was fundamentally wrong, like she was wearing a human costume that didn't quite fit. And her parting words, "I'll get back to you," didn't sound like a casual goodbye. It sounded like a promise. I'm writing this partly to see if anyone has experienced something similar, and partly because I'm terrified of being alone with my thoughts. I keep telling myself it was just a disturbed person, someone with mental health issues perhaps. But deep down, I know it was something else. Something that saw me, selected me for some reason. And I can't shake the feeling that whatever it was, it's not done with me yet. I have to go back to work tomorrow night. My manager says he'll make sure someone escorts me to my car after closing, and they've changed the lock on the employee exit. But what good are locks against something that can appear and disappear at will? Every time my phone dings with a notification, every time someone knocks on my door, every time I catch movement in my peripheral vision, I hear those words again, "I'll get back to you." And I know with absolute certainty that she will. Story 6. I've never been someone who believes in ghosts. At least I didn't used to be. That changed after our honeymoon in New Orleans 3 months ago. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and I haven't had a full night's sleep since. My wife Rebecca and I got married last winter after dating for 2 years. I'm 41, she's 28. The age gap has never been an issue for us. We joke that I'm an old soul, and she's got an old head on young shoulders. For our honeymoon, we wanted somewhere with character, history, and culture. New Orleans seemed perfect. We booked a week at the St. Charles Hilton in the French Quarter. It's this massive 18-story hotel with gorgeous architecture. I'd researched it beforehand and discovered it was built right next to an old French Masonic lodge from the early 1900s. The hotel actually incorporated parts of the original building. There were these stunning ballrooms, a chapel, and even rumors of a secret theater somewhere in the building. The history buff in me was thrilled. When we arrived on February 10th, I immediately felt something off about the place. Not in a way I could explain at the time. The lobby was beautiful with high ceilings and ornate chandeliers, but there was this heaviness in the air. Rebecca felt it too. She squeezed my hand as we checked in but didn't say anything. Our room was on the 5th floor with a small balcony overlooking the street. It was beautifully furnished with a king-sized bed, antique furniture, and local artwork. Everything you'd expect from a luxury hotel in a historic district. But that first night, both of us had trouble sleeping. I chalked it up to the excitement of being newlyweds in a new city. The dreams started that very first night. I dreamt of corridors that stretched and twisted, of rooms that weren't on the hotel map, of whispers just on the edge of hearing. Rebecca had nightmares too. She woke up gasping, talking about a man standing in the corner of our room. When she turned on the light, of course, there was nobody there. For the first couple of days, we tried to ignore it. We explored the French Quarter, went on ghost tours, ironically, ate beignets and listened to jazz. During the day, everything felt normal, but each night, the dreams got more intense. February 13th. That's when everything changed. We'd spent the day sightseeing, taken a riverboat cruise, had dinner at this amazing restaurant on Bourbon Street. We'd had a couple of drinks, not enough to be drunk, but enough to take the edge off. We got into a stupid argument on the walk back to the hotel. Something about Rebecca texting with her ex. It was nothing serious, but we were both tired and a little tense from the weird sleep we'd been getting. We made up before bed, but there was still this tension in the air. We went to sleep around 1 in the morning. I remember checking the time on my phone before I dozed off. The next thing I knew, I was standing in a dimly lit corridor. I was confused at first, that moment when you can't tell if you're dreaming or awake. The carpet beneath my bare feet felt real. The air was cold against my skin. Too much of my skin. I looked down and realized I was wearing nothing but my underwear. No pajamas, no robe, nothing. But I still thought I was dreaming. The corridor had this eerie quality. The wallpaper was different from our floor, darker, with an old-fashioned pattern. The sconces on the wall cast these flickering shadows. I noticed a sign on the wall, ballroom, with an arrow pointing down the hall. I realized I was on the 3rd floor. I followed the hallway, feeling drawn forward by something I couldn't explain. That's when I saw her, sitting on an antique velvet couch outside the ballroom doors, a woman in a high-collared black lace dress, Victorian style, with her dark hair pulled back severely from her face. She was pale, not just fair-skinned, but a pallor that seemed wrong somehow. She was cradling something in her arms, looking down at it with such intensity that she didn't notice me. I stood there, frozen, watching her rock whatever she was holding. I couldn't see what it was, a bundle of some kind. She was humming softly, a melody I didn't recognize but that made my skin crawl. Then she looked up straight at me. Her eyes were dark, hollow somehow. She didn't speak, just stared. I felt a chill run through my entire body. That's when I realized I wasn't dreaming. The realization hit me like a bucket of ice water. I was standing nearly naked on the 3rd floor of our hotel, in front of a woman dressed like she was from another century. Except there was something wrong with her. The longer I looked, the more I realized she wasn't quite solid. I could see the pattern of the couch through her form. I backed away slowly, then turned and ran toward the elevators. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I jabbed the button repeatedly, looking back down the corridor, but the woman was gone. The couch was still there, but empty. When the elevator arrived, I jumped inside and hit the button for the 5th floor. I kept telling myself I was sleepwalking, that I'd had some kind of episode, that there was a rational explanation, but I couldn't explain what I'd seen. The elevator doors opened on our floor, and I ran to our room. That's when the next wave of panic hit me. I didn't have my key card. It was in our room, probably on the nightstand where I'd left it before falling asleep. I couldn't get back in. I stood there for a moment, my mind racing. I was almost naked in a hotel corridor, locked out of my room, at what must have been the middle of the night. I started pounding on the door. "Rebecca! Rebecca, wake up! It's me! Please open the door!" I kept knocking, trying to be loud enough to wake her, but not so loud that I'd disturb the entire floor. A minute passed, 2 minutes. I was getting desperate. "Becca, please wake up." Finally, I heard movement inside the room. The lock clicked, and the door opened. Rebecca stood there, squinting in the light from the hallway, her hair a mess and confusion on her face. "Sam, what the hell? Where are your clothes?" I pushed past her into the room, shutting the door quickly behind me. "I was sleepwalking," I said, my voice shaking. "I woke up on the 3rd floor." Rebecca turned on the bedside lamp. "Jesus, you're freezing," she said, grabbing the throw blanket from the end of the bed and wrapping it around my shoulders. "What time is it?" I looked at the clock on the nightstand. It was just after 4 in the morning. I'd been gone for hours. "I need to call the front desk," I said, reaching for the room phone. God, I was wandering around in my underwear. There are probably security cameras everywhere. The night clerk answered on the 2nd ring. I explained what happened, my face burning with embarrassment. The clerk, to his credit, was professional. "Ma'am, I assure you that our security footage is only ever accessed with a subpoena or in case of a security incident," he said. "Your privacy is not at risk." I declined, thanking him. Rebecca sat beside me, her arm around my shoulders. "You're shaking," she said. "What happened? Did you see something?" I told her about the woman in the black dress, about how real it had felt. As I described it, Rebecca's expression changed from concern to something else, fear. "I've been seeing her too," she whispered, "in my dreams. A woman in black, holding something. I didn't tell you because I thought it was just nightmares from all the ghost stories we've been hearing on the tours. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. We kept all the lights on and the TV running quietly in the background. When morning finally came, we were exhausted but too wired to sleep. We debated checking out early, but decided that would be letting our imaginations get the best of us. We'd paid for the week, and daylight made the whole experience seem less terrifying. That evening, when we returned from a subdued day of sightseeing, I stopped at the front desk. The evening clerk was different from the night clerk I'd spoken to, an older woman with graying hair and kind eyes. "Enjoying your stay?" she asked, as she helped me get a new key card. It's been interesting, I said. Then, on impulse, I added, I had an unusual experience last night. I was sleepwalking and ended up on the 3rd floor. The clerk's expression changed subtly. The 3rd floor? Near the ballroom? I nodded. Did you see anything unusual? She asked, her voice lower. My heart skipped. Why do you ask? She glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then leaned closer. This hotel has a reputation among the staff. We don't advertise it to guests, of course, but there are stories. What kind of stories? I asked, even though part of me didn't want to know. 3 entities, she said, like she was discussing the weather. A man on the 5th floor, your floor actually. He's been seen in the hallways, usually late at night. A woman in black on the 3rd floor, often near the ballroom. And a woman in white who appears between the 2nd and 14th floors, usually in the stairwells. I felt the blood drain from my face. The woman in black, what does she look like? The clerk described exactly what I'd seen. Victorian dress, high collar, severe hairstyle. Is she holding something? I managed to ask. The clerk nodded. Some people say it's a baby, others think it's a doll. No one knows for sure. I thanked her and went back to our room in a daze. When I told Rebecca what the clerk had said, she went pale. I want to leave, she said immediately. This isn't normal, Sam. Something is seriously wrong with this place. But we couldn't get a refund for the remaining nights, and every other hotel in the area was booked solid. Some festival was happening that weekend. We were stuck. The rest of our honeymoon was a nightmare. We couldn't sleep until after 4 a.m. each night, the same time I'd returned to the room after my sleepwalking episode. It was like something wouldn't let us rest until then. And even when we did sleep, the dreams continued. Corridors that shouldn't exist, rooms that weren't on the map, whispers just at the edge of hearing. The TV in our room would turn on by itself, always to static. The first time it happened, we called maintenance. They checked it out and said there was nothing wrong with it. The second time, we unplugged it. Somehow it turned on anyway. Rebecca started seeing the man the clerk had mentioned. Just glimpses of him in our room at night, standing in the corner or by the bathroom door. I never saw him, but I felt him. A presence, a weight in the air that made it hard to breathe. We spent as little time in the hotel as possible, staying out late each night and leaving early each morning. But every night we had to go back. On our last night, February 16th, things escalated. We were both so exhausted from lack of sleep that we passed out around midnight. I woke up at 3 a.m. to find Rebecca standing at the foot of the bed, staring at the wall. Her eyes were open, but I could tell she wasn't really seeing anything. "Becca?" I said softly, not wanting to startle her. She turned her head toward me, slowly, mechanically. "She's coming," she said, in a voice that didn't sound like hers. "She wants what was taken from her." I got out of bed and went to her, grabbing her shoulders gently. "Rebecca, wake up. You're sleepwalking." Her eyes focused suddenly, and she looked confused. "Sam, what's happening?" Before I could answer, the room went ice cold. I could see our breath forming clouds in the air. The lights flickered, and the TV turned on, blaring static. Rebecca clutched my arm, her nails digging in. "Do you see her?" she whispered. I followed her gaze to the corner of the room. At first, I saw nothing. Then, like a photograph developing, a figure began to take shape. The woman in black, standing in our room, still cradling that bundle in her arms. She was looking right at us. We didn't even pack. We grabbed our phones, wallets, and the car keys, threw on whatever clothes were closest, and ran. We checked out at 3:30 in the morning, making up some emergency about a family member. The night clerk didn't ask questions, maybe because he could see the terror on our faces. We drove straight through to Houston, where Rebecca's sister lives. We spent the rest of our honeymoon there, trying to process what had happened. We had the hotel ship our luggage to us. There was no way either of us was going back into that building. It's been 3 months, and I still can't sleep through the night. I keep dreaming about that hallway, that woman, that bundle in her arms. Sometimes I wake up standing in our apartment, not knowing how I got there. Rebecca sees things in the corners of rooms, just glimpses, she says, but enough to make her sleep with the lights on. We've researched the history of the hotel since then. The Masonic lodge it was built next to has a dark past. There were rumors of rituals, of children gone missing, of a woman who lost her baby and went mad with grief. Nothing concrete, nothing we could point to and say, that's our ghost. But I know what I saw, I know what I felt, and I know that whatever was in that hotel is still with us, in some way. Like we brought a piece of it home. I used to not believe in ghosts. Now I'm not so sure what I believe. But I know that I'll never set foot in New Orleans again. Some places hold on to the past too tightly. Some buildings remember too much. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see her. The woman in black, with her hollow eyes, cradling her bundle, watching me from the end of a hallway that shouldn't exist. Story 7. I've never told anyone this story in full detail, but I can't keep it inside anymore. Maybe writing it down will help, I don't know. Everything I'm about to share is completely true, even though I know parts of it sound impossible. I was 14 when it happened, and now, nearly 20 years later, I still wake up in cold sweats when I hear train whistles. I grew up in Cairns, a small rural town about 2 hours west of Brisbane in Queensland. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, where gossip travels faster than the internet, and where local legends take on a life of their own. Our town had its fair share of stories, but none were more infamous than the mystery of the Barrett house. The Barrett family, John, Maria, and their 2 kids, Emma and Thomas, moved to town around 1996. They weren't particularly social, but they weren't unfriendly either. Just a normal family living in that old weatherboard house on the edge of town. Then, in 1998, they vanished. I mean, completely disappeared without a trace. I remember my parents talking about it in hushed tones. The police found dinner plates on the table, half-full coffee mugs in the living room, and the TV was still on. Their car was in the driveway. Their wallets, phones, everything was still in the house. No signs of struggle, no blood, nothing stolen. It was as if they'd just stopped existing mid-evening. The only clue, and this is what turned it from a missing persons case into a local legend, was a message scratched into the floorboards of the kids' bedroom. We heard the whistle. It's coming. By the time I was a teenager, the Barrett house had been abandoned for years. The bank had foreclosed on it, but no one wanted to buy the place. It just sat there, gradually falling apart, windows boarded up, the garden growing wild. It became the ultimate dare among kids in town, spending time at the ghost house. My friends Jake, Matt, and I were fascinated with the place. We'd ride our bikes past it after school, daring each other to touch the fence or throw rocks at the windows. We never actually went inside, though. Not until that summer night in 2005. It was mid-December, hot as hell even at night. We'd been at Jake's house playing video games most of the day, and around 10 at night, Matt suggested we do something actually exciting for once. I remember Jake's stupid grin when he said, "Barrett house?" I didn't want to seem scared, so I just shrugged like it was no big deal. Yeah, whatever. We grabbed our backpacks, told Jake's mom we were heading to the convenience store for snacks, and set off on our bikes. The Barrett house was about 15 minutes away by bike, on the outskirts where the town started to give way to cane fields. There were no streetlights that far out, just the moon overhead and our bike lights cutting through the darkness. When we got there, we stashed our bikes in the overgrown bushes at the front and walked around the perimeter of the fence, trying to look casual in case any cars drove by. The house looked even creepier in the dark, a silhouette against the night sky, with the moon casting strange shadows through the gum trees around it. "Looks like the back window's busted," Matt whispered, pointing to a dark opening on the ground floor. My heart was hammering in my chest. We talked about breaking in dozens of times, but now that we were actually going to do it, I was terrified. Not of ghosts or anything. I didn't believe in that stuff, but of getting caught. My dad would have killed me. "You guys sure about this?" I asked, my voice cracking a bit. "Don't be such a pussy, Daniel," Jake said, already climbing over the rusty back fence. Matt followed, and after a moment's hesitation, so did I. The yard was completely overgrown. Waist-high grass, fallen branches, and who knows what else scratched at our legs as we made our way to the house. The back porch steps creaked under our weight, and I remember thinking that the whole structure might collapse. The window was broken, just as Matt had said, the boards that had covered it torn away. Jake went in first, then helped pull Matt and me through. The smell hit me immediately, musty and thick, like old books left in a damp basement. We clicked on our flashlights, the beams cutting through clouds of dust. We were in what must have been the kitchen. The counters were empty except for a few mouse droppings. The cupboard doors hung open, revealing nothing inside. "Check this out," Jake whispered, shining his light on the dining table. It was set for 4, just like the stories said. Plates, cutlery, everything covered in a thick layer of dust. It was like looking at a snapshot, frozen in time. "This is so messed up," I muttered, feeling the hair on the back of my neck stand up. We moved through the house slowly, our flashlights revealing peeling wallpaper and water-stained ceilings. In the living room, there were indeed 2 mugs on the coffee table, the dried residue of whatever had been in them still visible. An ancient TV sat in the corner, its screen cracked. "Let's go upstairs," Matt suggested. "I want to see if the message is still there." The stairs groaned under our weight. I was in the middle, with Matt leading and Jake behind me. Each step made my stomach tighten more. Not from fear of ghosts, I kept telling myself, but from the very real possibility that these rotting stairs might give way beneath us. Upstairs, we found 3 bedrooms. The master bedroom was empty, except for a heavy wooden bed frame. The second bedroom was clearly a girl's room, faded pink wallpaper, a small desk in the corner, a bookshelf with a few tattered books still on it. The third bedroom had 2 small beds. Boys' room, I figured. And there, in the center of the floor, were the words. Someone had taken a knife or something sharp and carved deep into the wooden floorboards. We heard the whistle. "It's coming." We all stood there in silence, our flashlights focused on the message. It felt different seeing it with my own eyes, rather than just hearing about it in stories. The letters were jagged and deep, carved with force, not the work of a child. "Do you think they really heard something?" Matt asked, his voice barely audible. Before either of us could answer, a shout from downstairs made us all jump. "Guys, you need to see this!" It was Jake. He must have gone back downstairs while we were looking at the message. We rushed down the stairs, nearly tripping over ourselves. Jake wasn't in the house anymore. His voice had come from the backyard. We hurried out through the broken window. Jake was standing about 20 meters from the house, his flashlight pointed at the ground. "What the hell is this?" he asked as we approached. At first I couldn't process what I was seeing. There, cutting through the overgrown grass, were train tracks. 2 metal rails, set at standard gauge, with wooden sleepers. They ran in a perfectly straight line from the back fence directly toward the house. "Train tracks?" Matt said, confusion evident in his voice. "That's impossible," I said. "We've been here before. There were never any tracks." And we had been there before, many times. We'd spent countless afternoons over the years daring each other to touch the fence or peek through the windows. We'd crossed this very yard just minutes ago. There had never been any train tracks. Jake walked along the tracks, shining his light ahead. "They go right up to the house," he said, "like right to the back wall." Sure enough, the tracks ran straight to the house's foundation, as if a train was meant to run directly into the building or out of it. "This doesn't make any sense," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "These weren't here when we arrived." "Maybe we just didn't notice them in the dark," Matt suggested, but even he didn't sound convinced. No way, Jake said firmly. We walked right through here. We would have tripped over them. I knelt down and touched one of the rails. It was cold and solid, slightly rusty, but definitely real. Not something you could miss, even in the dark. I think we should go, Jake said suddenly, his earlier bravado completely gone. I stood up, ready to agree, when Matt started walking along the tracks, away from the house. Matt, what are you doing? I called after him. I just want to see where they go, he replied, continuing to shine his phone light ahead of him. That's when we heard it. A whistle. Distant at first, but unmistakable. It wasn't the sound of a modern train. It was older, like the steam engines I'd seen in old movies. A long, mournful call that seemed to hang in the air. We all froze. Matt turned around, his face pale in the flashlight beam. Did you guys hear that? The whistle came again, louder this time. It seemed to be coming from beyond the back fence where the tracks led. It's just a real train, Jake said, his voice higher than usual. There's tracks a few kilometers from here. But we all knew the nearest train line was the Brisbane to Woomba route, at least 20 kilometers away. And what we were hearing wasn't a diesel engine, it was steam, pure and simple. The whistle sounded a third time, and now I could feel it in my chest. It was closer, much closer. Run, I whispered. We didn't need to be told twice. We bolted toward the fence, Matt quickly catching up to us. As we reached it, I glanced back at the house. Nothing had changed. It stood dark and silent, but the tracks still gleamed in the moonlight, impossibly real. The whistle came again as we were scrambling over the fence, and this time it was followed by a sound I'll never forget. The rhythmic chug of a steam engine, the hiss of pressure, the clack of wheels on rails. It was approaching fast. We grabbed our bikes and pedaled harder than we ever had in our lives. I didn't look back until we reached the main road, about half a kilometer away. When I did, the house stood silent and dark against the night sky. I couldn't see the backyard from there. Couldn't tell if the tracks were still visible or if a phantom train had pulled up to the house. None of us spoke until we were nearly back to Jake's house. We were all gasping for breath, our legs burning from the frantic ride. What the actual fuck was that? Jake finally said, stopping his bike. I don't know, I replied honestly. But those tracks weren't there when we arrived. I swear they weren't. And that whistle, Matt added, his voice trailing off. We made a pact right then and there never to go back to the Barrett house. We also agreed not to tell anyone about what we'd seen. Who would believe us anyway? The next day, curiosity got the better of me. I rode my bike back to the Barrett house in broad daylight, keeping my distance, just close enough to see over the back fence. The tracks were gone. The yard was just as overgrown as it had always been, with no sign that train tracks had ever cut through it. I tried to convince myself that we'd imagined it all, that perhaps someone had played a prank on us, or that we'd been so scared we'd hallucinated. But deep down, I knew what I had seen and heard. After that night, I became obsessed with the Barrett house and its history. I spent hours at the local library going through old newspapers, searching for anything that might explain what we'd experienced. It wasn't until several years later, when I was in university, that I found something. I was home for the summer and decided to visit the town's historical society, which had archives going back to the town's founding. The Barrett house, it turned out, hadn't always been the Barrett house. Before the Barretts bought it in 1996, it had been empty for nearly a decade. And before that, it had been part of a sugarcane farm owned by a man named William Kiernan. Kiernan had lived alone in that house for decades, from the 1940s until his disappearance in 1989. The article described him as a recluse and a local eccentric. What caught my attention was an interview with Kiernan's nearest neighbor from 1987, just 2 years before he vanished. The neighbor, an elderly woman named Dorothy Simmons, described Kiernan as odd but harmless. Then she said something that made my blood run cold. He was always talking nonsense about how he couldn't leave the property. Said the same strange thing over and over. It ain't mine to leave. The train still runs. You just have to listen. 2 years after that interview, William Kiernan disappeared without a trace, much like the Barrett family would a decade later. His house stood empty until the Barretts bought it, renovated it, and moved in. I've never been able to find any historical record of train tracks on or near the property. The nearest railway line was built in the 1920s, running between Brisbane and Toowoomba, nowhere near Cairns. Yet something had appeared that night, tracks that materialized out of nowhere, a whistle from another time, the sounds of a train that couldn't possibly exist. I'm 33 now. I moved away from Cairns years ago and rarely go back. Jake lives in Sydney, and I haven't spoken to Matt since high school. But I still dream about those tracks, that whistle, the message carved into the floor. We heard the whistle. It's coming. Sometimes I wonder if the Barretts heard the same whistle we did, if they saw the tracks appear, if they, unlike us, didn't run. If the train came for them, where did it take them, and why? The Barrett house was demolished in 2010 to make way for a new housing development. I wonder if the new residents ever hear whistles in the night, if phantom tracks ever appear in their carefully manicured gardens. I wonder if someday the train will come for me too, because ever since that night I've had the feeling that I've been marked somehow. That by hearing the whistle, by seeing the tracks, I've become part of something I don't understand. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I think I can hear it. That distant, mournful call. And I wonder, is it coming closer? Story 8. I've been a delivery driver for Pizza Palace, not using the real name for obvious reasons, for about 3 years now. It's a decent gig. Pays the bills while I finish my degree, and the tips can be pretty good in the nicer neighborhoods around Dallas. Most deliveries are forgettable. Hand over the pizza, collect the money, maybe get a thank you if you're lucky. But what happened to me 2 months ago on a Wednesday night shift is something I can't shake, no matter how hard I try. It started like any other weeknight shift. I clocked in at 4 in the afternoon, checked my car's gas, and started taking orders as they came in. The first few hours were normal. A couple of deliveries to regulars, a big order to some office working late. Nothing unusual. Around 8:30, I was hanging out in the back folding boxes when Maria, one of our phone operators, called me over with a weird look on her face. "Jake, I just took the strangest order," she said, handing me the slip. The caller was breathing all weird and sounded, I don't know, off somehow, like they were out of breath or something. I glanced at the order. 2 large pepperoni pizzas, no sides, no drinks. The address was in Oak Hollow, an older neighborhood I didn't deliver to very often. The customer name just had the initials JJD. What was strange about it? I asked, pocketing the slip. Maria shrugged. Hard to explain. Their voice was all raspy, and they kept pausing between words like they couldn't catch their breath. I asked them to repeat the address like 3 times, just gave me the creeps. I mentioned it to Greg, and he said only the guys should take this one. Greg, our shift manager, has a policy about sending male drivers to sketchy addresses or weird orders, especially after dark. I've always thought it was a little sexist, but I get the reasoning. We've had drivers threatened before. "I'll take it," I said, not thinking much of it. Nervous callers weren't exactly uncommon. Sometimes people are just awkward on the phone, especially older folks. The pizzas came out around 9, and I loaded them into my insulated bag, checked the GPS for the address, and headed out. It was a cool October night, clear skies with a full moon, the kind of night that would normally put me in a good mood. The address was about 15 minutes away, in a part of Oak Hollow I vaguely remembered driving through but had never delivered to. As I turned onto the street, I immediately noticed how different it felt from the surrounding neighborhood. While most of Oak Hollow had been renovated over the years, this particular street seemed stuck in time. The houses were older bungalows, most well-maintained, but the one I was looking for, 1824 Sycamore Lane, stood out immediately. It was set back from the street with a chain-link fence surrounding what must have once been a yard, but was now just overgrown weeds and brambles. The driveway was cracked concrete with grass growing through it. The house itself was a single-story bungalow, maybe from the 50s, with all the lights off. Not a single window showed any sign of life. I double-checked the address on my phone. This was definitely the place. I pulled up to the curb and parked, leaving my headlights on, pointing toward the house. Something about the place made me uneasy, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe it was how isolated it seemed, despite being in the middle of a neighborhood. I always carry a small pocket knife for protection. Dallas isn't the most dangerous delivery area, but you never know. I patted my pocket to make sure it was there before grabbing the pizza bag from my passenger seat. The total was $26.73. I expected it would be a cash order since the customer hadn't prepaid with a card. As I approached the fence gate, I noticed it was partially open, swinging slightly in the breeze. The path to the front door was overgrown, and I had to step carefully to avoid tripping on the uneven concrete. The front porch had a single step, with peeling paint and a faded welcome mat that looked like it had been there for decades. Just as I was about to knock, I heard something from inside, a man's voice, angry and muffled through the walls. "Why do you do this to me?" The shout was so sudden and clear that I froze, my hand inches from the door. I listened for a response, but there was nothing. No TV sounds, no other voices, just that single outburst followed by silence. Maybe someone was on the phone or watching a movie. I couldn't tell, but something about that voice sent a chill down my spine. I knocked firmly 3 times and waited. Complete silence. I knocked again, louder. "Pizza delivery!" I called out. Nothing for a moment, then a sound like a cabinet slamming shut. I heard footsteps, but they seemed to move away from the door rather than toward it. "Hello?" I called out again. "I've got your pizza order." Still nothing. I tried the doorbell, but I couldn't tell if it was working. No sound came from inside. At this point, I was getting seriously uncomfortable. I'd had no answer deliveries before, but usually after calling out, someone would at least acknowledge they heard me. This felt different, wrong somehow. I pulled out my phone and called the number on the order slip. It rang and rang, but no one picked up. I could swear I heard a phone ringing inside the house, though, which was even more bizarre. Why order pizza and then ignore the delivery? I decided to try going around back. Maybe they were in the yard or couldn't hear me at the front door. The side of the house was dark, with tall weeds brushing against my legs as I made my way through the narrow passage. The backyard was as overgrown as the front, with a small concrete patio. But what stopped me cold was the back door. It was boarded up with plywood, nailed securely to the frame. The windows along the back were the same, some boarded completely, others with blinds drawn tight. This didn't look like someone's home. It looked abandoned. That's when a feeling of dread washed over me, real physical dread that made my skin prickle and my heart pound. I've never been the jumpy type, but standing there in that forgotten backyard, I felt like I was being watched from every darkened window. As I turned to leave, I swear I heard a voice, not shouting this time, but a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Get out!" I didn't stick around to investigate. I hurried back to the front, nearly tripping over the uneven ground in my rush. As I reached my car, a woman walking her dog on the opposite side of the street slowed down, watching me. "Everything okay?" she called out. She was middle-aged, with graying hair pulled back in a ponytail, looking concerned. "Yeah, just trying to deliver a pizza, but no one's answering," I replied, trying to sound casual despite my racing heart. "Do you know the people who live here, at 1824? Her expression changed instantly. "No one lives there," she said flatly. "No one has for about 2 years now." I felt a knot form in my stomach. "But I just got an order from this address. Someone called." She crossed the street toward me, keeping her small terrier on a short leash. That's impossible. There was an incident here. The house has been empty ever since. They're supposed to demolish it, but it's stuck in some legal thing with the family. What kind of incident? I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. She glanced nervously at the house. A man killed his wife and then himself. It was horrible. The whole neighborhood heard it happening. He was screaming at her right before, well, you know. She shuddered. We've all petitioned to have the place torn down. It's not right, having it sit here like this. My mouth went dry. The order was placed under the initials JJD. Does that mean anything to you? The woman's face drained of color. She took a step back, her dog whining at her feet. How do you know that name? She whispered. It was on the order, I repeated. JJD. James Joseph Daniels, she said, her voice barely audible. That was him, the husband. He was always yelling at her. We could hear him all the time. She trailed off, looking genuinely frightened now. Are you sure no one could be squatting there? I asked, desperate for a rational explanation. Maybe someone broke in. She shook her head firmly. The police sealed it up. The power and water are shut off. The family put up cameras after some teenagers tried breaking in last year. Nobody goes in or out of that place. I looked back at the dark house. The pizza was getting cold in my hand, but that was the least of my concerns now. I should get going, I said, not wanting to be there another minute. The woman nodded quickly. You should, and don't come back. Nothing good comes from that house. I thanked her and got in my car, my hands shaking as I put the key in the ignition. I drove back to the pizza shop in a daze, trying to make sense of what had just happened. When I got back, Maria looked surprised to see me return with the pizzas. No one home? She asked. I set the boxes down on the counter. You could say that. I told Greg what happened, leaving out the creepier details. He seemed annoyed about the wasted pizzas, but said he'd call the number back tomorrow to confirm the address. I nodded, not telling him what the woman had said. I wasn't sure I believed it myself yet. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing that angry voice in my head. Why do you do this to me? And the whisper, get out. I told myself it was just my imagination playing tricks, that I'd misheard something normal and the woman had spooked me with her story. The next day, I had classes and didn't work. But when I went in for my shift the following evening, Greg pulled me aside. That weird address from Wednesday night, he said. I called the number back several times yesterday. It's disconnected. Hasn't been in service for years, according to the automated message. I felt that knot in my stomach again. How is that possible? You can't order pizza from a disconnected number. Greg shrugged. System glitch, maybe? The order's still in our computer, though. Same address, same initials. I went home after my shift and looked up James Joseph Daniels online. It didn't take long to find the news stories from 2 years ago. There it was in black and white, a murder-suicide at 1824 Sycamore Lane. The articles described how Daniels had become increasingly paranoid and violent in the months leading up to the tragedy. Neighbors reported constant arguing, with Daniels often heard screaming at his wife. One detail stopped my heart. According to one article, on the night of the murder, a pizza delivery driver had come to the door just hours before the shooting. The driver reported hearing arguing inside, but eventually left when no one answered. The pizza had been ordered by Mrs. Daniels. I've requested never to deliver to Oak Hollow again. Greg thinks I'm being dramatic, but he's agreed to assign those orders to other drivers. I still drive by that street sometimes, taking a longer route home, just to see if the house is still there. It always is, dark and silent. I don't know if I really heard a ghost that night, or if someone was playing an elaborate prank, but I know what I experienced, and I know what that woman told me. And in my 3 years of delivering pizzas, I've never had an order come from a disconnected phone and an empty house. I still have nightmares about that voice, about what would have happened if someone or something had opened that door when I knocked. Would I have been handing those pizzas to James Joseph Daniels himself? Some orders just aren't worth delivering. Story 9. I don't think I'll ever go back to Fairview Community Hospital. Not after what I saw that night. It's been 3 weeks, and I still jump when I see wheelchairs. I've handled all the follow-up stuff for my friend Jake by phone. The staff probably think I'm being a jerk, but I can't step foot in that place again. It started on a Friday night in October. Jake and I had plans to watch the Huskers game at Callahan's, this bar we like in our small Nebraska town. Nothing fancy, just the usual weekend ritual, a few beers, some terrible nachos, and yelling at the TV with other frustrated fans. We've been doing this since high school, both of us being lifers in Millridge, population 4,000 and shrinking. Jake called me about 2 hours before kickoff. He sounded awful, wheezing between words, saying his chest felt like it was being crushed by a truck. I told him to hang up and call an ambulance, but he insisted I just drive him to the ER instead. That's small-town thinking for you. Nobody wants to pay for an ambulance if they can help it. When I got to his place, he was hunched over on the porch, face pale and sweaty despite the chilly evening. He'd had breathing problems before, asthma since we were kids, but this looked different, worse. I helped him to my truck and drove straight to Fairview, which sits on the edge of town, this squat 2-story brick building that's been there since the 70s. The ER wasn't busy, just a couple of older folks in the waiting area, and a mom with a kid who had what looked like a broken arm. The nurses took Jake back almost immediately when they saw how much trouble he was having breathing. I followed along, carrying his jacket and phone. They put him in a curtained-off section in the ER. Not even a real room, just a space with a bed and some monitoring equipment. The doctor came in pretty quickly. Dr. Mahoney, who I recognized because she treated my dad last year when he had his gallbladder out. She seemed concerned and ordered a bunch of tests. They hooked Jake up to oxygen, which seemed to help a little, and then wheeled him off for a chest X-ray. I sat there for what felt like hours, but was probably only 45 minutes. The Huskers game would be starting soon, but that was the last thing on my mind. When they brought Jake back, he looked a little better. The oxygen was helping, but they were worried about pneumonia or maybe a partially collapsed lung. They wanted to keep him overnight for observation and more tests. Around 9 o'clock, after all the initial commotion had died down, I realized I desperately needed to use the bathroom. I downed a large coffee on the way to pick up Jake, and it had finally caught up with me. I asked the nurse, her name tag said Melissa, where the nearest bathroom was. "There's one right around the corner," she said, pointing to her left. "But somebody's in there right now. If you want one that's available, go down that hallway, take a right at the end, and it's the second door on your left." I thanked her and headed in the direction she pointed. The hallway was dimly lit compared to the bright fluorescent lights of the ER. This part of the hospital felt older somehow, with pale green walls that probably hadn't been painted in 20 years. The floor was that speckled linoleum you see in every hospital, worn down in the middle from years of foot traffic. As I turned the corner at the end of the hall, I immediately noticed someone ahead of me, an elderly woman in a wheelchair, positioned about halfway down this new corridor. She had thin white hair, neatly combed, and was wearing what looked like a blue hospital gown with one of those patterned robes patients sometimes get. The wheelchair was also blue, that standard hospital issue type. She was facing away from me, positioned at an angle, so that I could only see the back of her and her right arm, which was stretched out toward the handle of a door. She seemed to be struggling to reach it, her thin arm trembling with the effort. My first instinct was to help. I called out, "Mom, do you need a hand with that door?" My voice echoed slightly in the empty hallway. She didn't respond or turn. Her hand just kept reaching for the door handle. fingers spread wide, not quite making contact. I took a few steps closer, thinking maybe she hadn't heard me. The hallway felt suddenly colder, and I noticed the lights above the woman's wheelchair seemed dimmer than the ones where I stood. Something about the scene made the hair on my arms stand up. "Ma'am?" I tried again, louder this time. Still nothing. Just that outstretched arm, trembling. I was about 15 feet away from her when something made me stop. I can't explain it exactly, but a feeling washed over me like ice water running down my spine. Something was wrong, really wrong. The woman's arm didn't move like it should. The trembling wasn't natural, it was more like flickering. And there was no sound, no squeak of wheelchair wheels, no rustle of fabric, no breathing, just complete silence. That's when I noticed the door she was reaching for had a sign that read, "Storage." Not a patient room at all. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to turn around. So I did. Without another word, I spun on my heel and walked quickly back the way I'd come, my bladder forgotten. I didn't run. Something kept me from running, like I was afraid any sudden movement might attract attention. But I moved as fast as I could, without breaking into a jog. About halfway back to the intersection, I couldn't help it. I glanced back over my shoulder. The hallway was empty. No wheelchair, no elderly woman, nothing. I stopped dead, my heart hammering in my chest. She couldn't have moved that quickly. It was impossible. The hallway was long and straight, with no doorways she could have entered in those few seconds, except the storage room she'd been reaching for, but that door was still closed. I stood there for several seconds, trying to process what had just happened. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe she had managed to wheel herself into a room I hadn't noticed, but I knew that wasn't right. There were no other doors in that section of hallway, and an elderly woman in a wheelchair couldn't have moved silently and disappeared in the seconds it took me to turn around. I hurried back to Jake's curtained area in the ER, completely forgetting about my need for the bathroom. Jake was dozing, the oxygen mask still on his face, his breathing noticeably better. Melissa, the nurse, was checking his IV. "Did you find the bathroom okay?" she asked, glancing up from what she was doing. I hesitated, then said, "Actually, I didn't make it there. I think I saw something weird in the hallway." She looked at me with a raised eyebrow. "Weird how?" "There was an old woman in a blue wheelchair," I said, keeping my voice low so I wouldn't wake Jake. "She was trying to reach a door handle down that hallway you sent me to, but when I looked back she was gone, like completely vanished in a matter of seconds." Melissa froze. The blood drained from her face so quickly I thought she might faint. "Which door?" she asked, her voice suddenly tight. "Was it the storage room? Room 117? The fact that she knew which door without me telling her made my stomach drop. "Yeah, I think that's what the sign said, storage." She put down Jake's chart and stepped closer to me, lowering her voice. "Was she wearing a blue robe over her gown, with white hair?" I nodded, my mouth going dry. "You know who I'm talking about? Is she a patient who wanders off or something?" Melissa took a deep breath and beckoned me further away from Jake's bed. "That's Martha," she said simply. "She's our resident ghost, I guess you could say." I stared at her, waiting for the punchline. When none came, I forced a laugh. "Come on, that's not funny." "I'm not joking," she replied, her expression dead serious. "I've worked here for 12 years, and I've seen her 3 times myself. Always in that same hallway, always reaching for that same door. That used to be her room." My skin prickled with goosebumps. "Her room? What do you mean?" "Martha Keller died in that room in 1987. It was a patient room back then, before the renovation. Now it's storage." Melissa glanced around, then continued. "Look, I know how this sounds. I didn't believe it either when I first started here, but too many of us have seen her. Patients too. I wanted to dismiss it, to find some rational explanation, but the image of that flickering arm and the absolute silence of the hallway kept flashing in my mind. Another nurse, older with short grey hair, had overheard our conversation and approached us. "You saw Martha?" she asked in a hushed tone. Before I could answer, Melissa nodded toward me. "In the west hallway, reaching for 117. The older nurse, her badge read Barbara, nodded knowingly. "That's where she always is. Poor thing." "What's her story?" I found myself asking, even as part of me wanted to just ignore the whole thing and pretend it hadn't happened. Barbara looked at Melissa, who nodded, then gestured for me to follow her to the nurse's station where we could talk without disturbing patients. Once there, Barbara leaned against the counter. "Martha was a cancer patient," she explained. "Terminal. She was here for about 2 months before she passed. She had a son who lived in Denver, her only family. She kept talking about how he was coming to visit, how she just needed to hold on until he got here." Barbara's eyes took on a distant look. "I was actually here back then, one of my first years nursing. Martha was the sweetest lady. Never complained, always grateful for everything we did, but that son of hers never showed up. Not once during her entire stay. She died waiting for him." A chill ran through me as I remembered the desperate reaching of that ghostly arm. "And now she... what? Haunts that hallway?" "We think she's still waiting," Melissa chimed in. "Still trying to get back into her room, thinking maybe her son is in there or will come there looking for her." Barbara nodded solemnly. "The thing is, she's not scary or harmful, just sad. Sometimes she appears to patients who are close to passing themselves, like she's waiting for them too, to keep them company." By now, a third staff member had joined our little group, a young male orderly who couldn't have been more than 25. "You guys talking about Martha?" he asked, his voice an excited whisper. "Did someone see her?" Melissa nodded toward me. "He did. Just now, in the West Hall." The orderly, his badge said Tyler, turned to me with wide eyes. "Did she say anything to you? Sometimes she talks to people." "No," I said, feeling increasingly unsettled. "She didn't even turn around when I called out to her." "That's normal," Barbara said. "She rarely acknowledges people directly. But sometimes..." Tyler cut in eagerly. "Last year, a patient in the oncology ward, Mrs. Deaver, swore Martha came into her room at night and asked her to get some flowers from her room. Mrs. Deaver thought she was just another patient and told the day nurse about it. Nearly gave poor Jenny a heart attack." "What happened?" I couldn't help asking. "Nothing really," Tyler said, sounding almost disappointed. "Mrs. Deaver recovered and went home a week later, but she insisted it wasn't a dream, said Martha was as real as you or me, sitting there in her blue wheelchair." I remembered the blue wheelchair vividly, how solid and real it had looked, not misty or transparent like ghosts in movies. "Does everyone who sees her know she's a ghost?" I couldn't believe I was having this conversation. Barbara shook her head. "Most people just think she's a patient until she disappears, or they mention her to staff. We try not to scare patients with the stories, but among ourselves, we all know about Martha." "I've been here 5 years and never seen her," Tyler added, sounding almost jealous. "Consider yourself lucky," Melissa muttered. A call light went on down the hall, and Barbara excused herself to answer it. Melissa looked like she wanted to say more, but was called away by another nurse with a question. Tyler lingered, clearly hoping I'd share more details about my encounter. "Was it cold?" he asked eagerly. "People always say it gets really cold around her." I remembered the sudden drop in temperature. Yeah, actually, it did feel colder in that part of the hallway. Tyler nodded enthusiastically. "Classic sign of a spirit presence. They say ghosts draw energy from the environment to manifest, which creates cold spots." His excitement made me uncomfortable. This wasn't some ghost hunting TV show. This was something I'd actually experienced, something I couldn't explain, and that had genuinely frightened me. I should get back to my friend, I said, gesturing toward Jake's curtained area. Sure, man. Sorry. Tyler seemed to sense my discomfort. It's just, we've all heard the stories for so long, but not everyone gets to see her. You're lucky. Or unlucky, I guess, depending on how you look at it. I returned to Jake's bedside, my mind racing. He was awake now, looking much better, scrolling through something on his phone. Hey, where'd you go? He asked. Nurse said you went to the bathroom like 20 minutes ago. Had it really been that long? It felt like just a few minutes had passed. Got sidetracked, I mumbled, not wanting to freak him out with ghost stories while he was already dealing with health issues. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost, Jake joked, then coughed a little. The irony of his choice of words wasn't lost on me. Just tired, I lied. How are you feeling? Better. Doc says it's definitely pneumonia, but they caught it early. Gonna keep me on these antibiotics and oxygen overnight, but I should be able to go home tomorrow if the x-rays look better. I nodded, only half listening as my mind kept replaying what I'd seen in that hallway. I stayed with Jake until visiting hours ended at 11, making small talk and watching highlights of the Huskers game on his phone. Neither of us was really into it. As I was leaving, I deliberately took a different route to the exit, avoiding the west hallway entirely. Melissa saw me heading out and walked me partway to the main doors. Try not to let it bother you too much, she said kindly. Martha's not malevolent, she's just stuck. Have you ever wondered why? I asked. Why she's still here after all these years? Melissa considered this. Barbara thinks it's because she never got closure with her son, that she's waiting for a reunion that's never going to happen. She paused, then added, I've worked in 3 different hospitals in my career, and every single one had stories like Martha's. I think sometimes when a person's last thoughts are so focused on one thing, like seeing her son one more time, it leaves an impression, like an echo that keeps repeating. That made an odd sort of sense, though it didn't make me feel much better. Well, thanks for not thinking I'm crazy, I said, as we reached the automatic doors. Are you kidding? Half the staff here has seen Martha at some point. You're in good company. She gave me a reassuring smile. Just maybe take a different route to the bathroom next time you visit. I managed a weak laugh and headed out to my truck. The whole drive home, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see a blue wheelchair behind me. That was 3 weeks ago. Jake recovered fine and is back at work now. I've made excuses to avoid going back to the hospital, even when he had a follow-up appointment and asked for a ride. I told him my car was making a weird noise. I hate lying to my friend, but I can't get myself to go back there. I've tried researching Martha Keller online, looking for obituaries or news stories from 1987, but haven't found much. Just a brief death notice in the archived local paper confirming she died at Fairview Community Hospital after a long illness. No mention of a son. Sometimes I wonder if she's still there, endlessly reaching for that door handle, waiting for someone who never came. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder what would have happened if I'd kept walking toward her instead of turning back. Would she have turned to look at me? What would I have seen? And how would I ever forget it? Story 10. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. My wife Emma and I had been planning this trip to Florence for nearly a year. We were traveling with our good friends, the Harrises, Tom and Diane, and everyone was excited to experience the art, history, and of course the food of Italy. We landed in Florence on a warm June afternoon. The first night we stayed in this modern hotel near the train station. Nothing special, just your standard tourist accommodation with decent beds and air conditioning that worked most of the time. The plan was to move to a more authentic place the next day, something Emma had found online that was supposedly this charming converted building in the old part of the city. I remember pulling up to this place the next morning in our taxi and immediately feeling I don't know how to describe it. The building was beautiful, don't get me wrong. One of those classic Florentine structures with pale yellow walls, green shutters, and iron balconies. But there was something imposing about it. It had this weight of history that you could almost feel pressing down on you. The lobby was all polished marble and dark wood, with these high ceilings that made every footstep echo. While Emma and the Harrises were oohing and eyeing over the authentic charm, I was checking us in at the front desk. The clerk was this older Italian man with silver hair and reading glasses perched on his nose. When he handed me our room keys, actual metal keys, not key cards, I asked him about the history of the building. "Oh, signore, this building has lived many lives," he said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. It was built in the 16th century as a residence for the Medici family. Then it became a convent for nearly 100 years. In the 19th century, it was converted into an asylum for the mentally ill. And during the Second World War, it served as a hospital. He paused before adding, "Now it welcomes travelers like yourself." I felt a chill run up my spine. I'm not superstitious by nature, but there's something unsettling about sleeping in a place where people have suffered and died. I glanced over at Emma, who was busy marveling at a fresco on the ceiling. She gets spooked easily, jumps at horror movie trailers and refuses to watch them with me, so I decided to keep this information to myself. No need to ruin her excitement. Our room was on the 3rd floor, accessible by a narrow staircase or an ancient elevator that seemed to groan in protest whenever we used it. The room itself was spacious enough, with high ceilings and tall windows that looked out onto a small courtyard. The furniture was antique, a 4-poster bed with a somewhat lumpy mattress, a heavy wooden dresser, a writing desk in the corner. The bathroom was thankfully modern, though the pipes made concerning noises. We spent that day doing all the touristy things, the Uffizi Gallery, the Duomo, the Ponte Vecchio. By evening we were exhausted from walking and full from an amazing dinner at a little trattoria Tom had researched. We returned to our hotel around 11, said goodnight to the Harrises, whose room was on the floor below ours, and got ready for bed. I fell asleep almost immediately, worn out from the day's activities and maybe from the 2 glasses of Chianti I'd had with dinner. I remember drifting off to the sound of distant church bells. What happened next is something I've replayed in my mind countless times over the past 3 years. I woke up suddenly. You know that feeling when you go from deep sleep to fully alert in an instant? It was like that. The room was bathed in the soft glow of early morning light. I checked my watch on the bedside table, 5:34 in the morning. Emma was still asleep beside me, her breathing deep and regular. I didn't want to wake her, so I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, thinking about what we'd do that day. We had planned to visit the Boboli Gardens, maybe take a day trip to Siena if we had time. That's when I noticed it, or her, I should say. In the corner of the room, between the window and the dresser, there was a figure, a woman. She wasn't standing on the floor exactly. She was sort of floating a few inches above it. She was dressed in white, not a modern dress, but something older, like from another century. A high-necked gown with long sleeves and a flowing skirt that seemed to move slightly as if caught in a gentle breeze that I couldn't feel. I froze. I couldn't even breathe. I blinked hard, convinced I was still dreaming or experiencing some weird jet lag hallucination. But when I opened my eyes, she was still there. The strangest thing was that she wasn't exactly solid, but she wasn't transparent either. She existed in some state in between, like smoke given form. I could make out the details of her face. Her light hair pulled back from her face, her fair skin, and most vividly, her expression. She wasn't threatening or angry or sad. She was kind. There's no other word for it. Her face held a gentle smile, calming and warm, like she was greeting an old friend. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stared at her, and she stared back at me. We didn't speak, not out loud and not in my head either. There was no Hollywood-style telepathic communication going on, just this silent acknowledgement of each other's presence. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Time seemed to stretch and compress all at once. It might have been seconds or minutes. The logical part of my brain was screaming that this couldn't be happening, that ghosts aren't real. But there she was, defying all rationality. Then Emma stirred beside me. Just a slight movement, a shifting of position, but it was enough to break the stillness of the moment. I didn't look away from the figure. I couldn't. Instead, without turning my head, I whispered to Emma, "Don't open your eyes. There's a ghost in our room." Emma went rigid beside me. I could feel her tense up, her breath catching. She's deathly afraid of anything supernatural. "What?" she whispered back, her voice tight with fear. "Just keep your eyes closed," I said, still staring at the figure. "There's a lady in white floating by the window." Emma grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in hard enough to leave marks. "Are you serious?" she hissed. "Completely serious. Don't look. Just stay still." I could feel Emma trembling beside me, but she did as I said and kept her eyes squeezed shut. I continued to look at the figure, and she continued to look at me. Her expression never changed. That same gentle, almost maternal smile. Then, as if she could sense Emma's fear, she began to move. Not toward us, thankfully, but backward, toward the wall. Slowly, gently, still maintaining eye contact with me, she drifted backward until she simply faded away. Not in a dramatic puff of smoke or flash of light, but more like she gradually became less and less there until she wasn't there at all. For several minutes after she disappeared, Emma and I just lay there in silence. I was afraid to move, afraid that somehow my movement would bring the figure back. Emma was still clutching my arm, her eyes tightly shut. "Is it gone?" she finally whispered. "Yes," I said. "She's gone." Emma opened her eyes then, scanning the room frantically. "What did it look like? Was it scary? Did it try to hurt you?" I struggled to find the words to describe what I'd seen. "No, not scary at all. It was a woman in an old-fashioned white dress. She was just floating there, watching me. She looked kind, actually. Peaceful." Emma shuddered. "I don't care how peaceful it looked. I'm not staying in this room another night." We got dressed quickly, neither of us wanting to linger. Emma refused to go into the bathroom alone, so I stood outside the door while she got ready, and she did the same for me. It was just past 6 in the morning when we went downstairs, finding the lobby deserted, except for a young woman at the front desk, different from the man who had checked us in. I approached her while Emma hung back, still visibly shaken. "Excuse me," I said. "I know this is going to sound strange, but I think I saw a ghost in our room this morning." I expected her to laugh or look at me like I was crazy. Instead, she nodded sympathetically and reached under the desk, pulling out a form, an actual form, with checkboxes and blank spaces for details. "What's this?" I asked, bewildered. "It's our encounter documentation form," she said, as casually as if she were explaining how to access the hotel Wi-Fi. "We like to keep records of all sightings. Was it the lady in white?" I stared at her, dumbfounded. You know about her?" She smiled. "Oh yes, she's our most frequent visitor. Most guests find her quite comforting, actually. She never causes any harm." "So this is, common?" "In this building? Yes, quite common. As I said, we keep records." She pushed the form toward me. "If you could fill this out, it would help our records. We like to note which rooms she appears in, what time of day, that sort of thing." I looked down at the form, which had sections for appearance, behavior, time of encounter, and even emotional response. I pushed it back across the counter. "No thanks," I said. "I'd rather not document it. Actually, we'd like to check out early if that's possible." The clerk seemed disappointed but nodded. Of course, signore. I understand. Not everyone is comfortable with these encounters, even the peaceful ones. We woke up the Harrises, explained that Emma wasn't feeling well, a partial truth, and checked out of the hotel by 7 that morning. We found another place to stay for the remainder of our trip, a thoroughly modern hotel with no history older than 20 years. I never filled out that form, and I never told anyone else about what I saw that morning in Florence. Until now, I guess. I've thought about it often in the years since then. About the lady in white and her kind smile. About the fact that the hotel had an actual form for ghost sightings. About all those lives that had passed through that building over the centuries. The wealthy family, the nuns, the asylum patients, the wounded soldiers. I don't know who she was in life. A noblewoman, a nun, a patient, a nurse. I'll never know. But of all the things I saw in Florence, the art, the architecture, the history, she's what I remember most vividly. The Lady of Florence, with her gentle expression and that moment of quiet connection across whatever boundary separates their world from ours. Emma still doesn't like me to talk about it. She says it gives her chills, and maybe that's fair. But for me, there was something almost reassuring about the encounter. If that's what waits on the other side, not darkness or nothingness, but a continued existence where you can still smile kindly at strangers, well, that doesn't seem so bad. Sometimes I wonder if she appears to other guests, if she's still there, floating in that corner, watching over travelers as they pass briefly through a place she's known for much, much longer. I wonder if they feel what I felt. Not terror, not even really fear, but a kind of awe. A humbling reminder that there are things in this world we don't understand and can't explain. I've never seen another ghost since then. Part of me hopes I never will. But another part of me wouldn't mind seeing her again, the Lady of Florence, with her kind eyes and gentle smile, just to know for sure that she's real, that I didn't imagine her, that there are indeed more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy. But for now, all I have is the memory of that early morning in Florence, the soft light filtering through the window, and the lady who came to visit, only to fade back into the wall and into history. Story 11. I've kept the weight of this memory for almost 20 years now. I was just 9 years old when it happened, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Some experiences burn themselves into your mind, and this one definitely did. I've gone over it countless times, tried to rationalize it, but I still can't explain what happened that summer evening at my stepfather's family property. It was early August, that time when summer still blazes, but you can feel autumn creeping around the corner. My mum had remarried the year before, and this was my second visit to my stepfather's family farm in rural Tennessee. The property had been in their family for generations, a sprawling thing with a main house, a couple of outbuildings, and this massive old barn that had been converted partially into a gathering space. The occasion was my step-grandfather's 70th birthday. Looking back, it must have been close to 50 people there. Aunts, uncles, cousins, family friends and neighbors. In small countryside towns like this one, these gatherings are a big deal. The adults had spent the morning preparing everything, and the main event was roasting a whole pig. I remember being torn between fascination and horror watching them prepare it. My stepdad was so proud, showing me how they'd done it for generations. But I couldn't get over how it still looked like a pig, just cooking. The adults were all drinking, laughing, telling stories I didn't understand, and generally doing adult things that seemed boring to us kids. There were about 12 of us children total, ranging from maybe 5 to 13 years old. I only knew a couple of my step-cousins from previous visits, but kids have this ability to form instant alliances, especially when outnumbered by adults. As the afternoon stretched on, we grew restless. My step-cousin Amber, who was 11 and therefore our de facto leader, suggested we go to the barn. The adults were fine with it. They could see the barn from the yard and told us to stay inside since a storm was potentially coming. The barn was this huge, ancient structure with weathered red paint peeling off in strips. Inside, it was divided, half still used for storage and farm equipment, the other half converted into a sort of multi-purpose room with old couches, folding chairs and tables. It smelled like hay, dust and old wood. The kind of smell that's not exactly pleasant but feels strangely comforting. The light inside was dim, filtering through dirty windows and gaps in the wooden slats. Someone found an old lantern-style electric lamp and we gathered in a rough circle on the floor. It was Amber who suggested we tell scary stories. That seemed like the natural thing to do in an old barn as the daylight started to fade. We started with the usual stuff kids tell: Bloody Mary, hook-handed men, vanishing hitchhikers. Being from the city, I didn't have many stories to contribute, so I mostly listened. A boy named Tucker was in the middle of telling some elaborate tale about a headless farmhand when I first noticed the sound. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible beneath Tucker's animated storytelling. A soft, persistent whistling. Not a tune exactly, more like someone trying to get your attention. The kind of whistle you'd use to call a dog or signal another person across a distance. It wasn't coming from outside or from any specific direction. It seemed to fill the entire space around us. I remember looking around, trying to figure out which kid was doing it. The whistling continued, rhythmic and insistent. It wasn't scary exactly, just odd. I figured it was one of the older boys playing a trick, but everyone seemed engaged in Tucker's story. The whistling grew slightly louder. I locked eyes with a little girl named Ellie, maybe 6 or 7 years old. Her eyes were wide, darting around. She could hear it too. Finally, during a pause in Tucker's story, Ellie spoke up in her tiny voice. "Does anybody else hear that whistling?" The group fell silent. For a moment, there was nothing but our breathing and that persistent, soft whistling. "Yeah, I hear it," said Amber, looking concerned. "Who's doing that?" Everyone denied it. We all looked at each other with growing unease. The whistling continued, steady, unhurried, almost playful. "It's probably just the wind," said an older boy named Kyle, but his voice cracked a little, betraying his nervousness. There was no wind. The air in the barn was completely still. That's when I felt a strange, prickling sensation on the back of my neck. Have you ever had that feeling of being watched? It was overwhelming. I found myself slowly looking up toward the rafters, scanning the shadows, and that's when I saw it. On one of the wooden support posts across the barn hung a simple framed picture of Jesus. It was one of those common images you see in religious homes. Jesus with his hands outstretched, a serene expression on his face. I'd noticed it earlier but hadn't paid it any attention. Now I couldn't look away. Because the whistling was coming from the picture, I couldn't see any movement. The image was still just a typical religious print behind glass in a wooden frame. But somehow, unmistakably, the sound was emanating from it. I raised my arms slowly, pointing at the picture. "It's coming from there," I said, my voice hardly more than a whisper. One by one, the other kids followed my gaze. The barn grew absolutely silent, except for that soft, rhythmic whistling. "The picture's whistling," Ellie said quietly, matter-of-factly. In that way, young children sometimes accept the impossible. I don't know how long we all sat there, frozen, staring at that picture of Jesus whistling at us from across the barn. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time felt stretched and warped. Then Kyle stood up abruptly. "This is stupid," he said, but his voice quavered. "Someone's playing a trick." He took 2 steps toward the picture, then stopped. The whistling grew slightly louder, more insistent. That broke the spell. Amber screamed first, a high, terrified sound that triggered a chain reaction. Suddenly, we were all screaming and scrambling to our feet. I remember the chaotic shuffle of bodies as everyone rushed toward the door at once. Little Ellie was knocked over in the stampede, and I helped her up by instinct more than thought. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. We burst out of the barn like a wave, tumbling into the late afternoon sunlight, screaming about the whistling picture. We ran straight to the adults, who were gathered around the roasting pig, drinking and laughing. I remember the confused expressions on their faces as 12 hysterical children tried to explain all at once. My mom grabbed me by the shoulders, asking what was wrong. I was crying by then, my words coming out in a jumbled mess about Jesus and whistling and the picture. Most of the adults thought it was just kids being kids, getting carried away with ghost stories. A few laughed it off, suggesting we'd scared ourselves with our own stories. My stepfather was more concerned, probably seeing the genuine terror on our faces. "Carlos, calm down and tell me what happened," he said, kneeling to my level. I took a deep breath and explained as clearly as I could. The other kids backed me up, all talking over each other but consistent on the key point. The picture was whistling at us. My stepfather looked troubled. He glanced at a couple of the other men, and they nodded. 4 of them, including my stepdad, headed toward the barn to investigate. I remember watching them go, part of me wanting to yell at them not to go in there, another part desperate for them to find a rational explanation. The remaining adults tried to distract us with food and drinks, but we huddled together, waiting. Even Kyle, who had tried to act brave, stayed close to the group. None of us were willing to go back to the barn. The men returned about 10 minutes later. They were talking in low voices, looking confused but not scared. "There's nothing in there," my stepfather announced. "No whistling. The picture's just a normal picture." "Did you take it down? Look behind it?" Amber demanded. "Yes, we checked everything. There's no speakers, no devices, nothing that could make a whistling sound," one of the uncles said, not unkindly, but with the clear implication that we had imagined it. "But we all heard it," Tucker insisted. "The adults exchanged those looks that kids hate, the ones that say they're just being silly without having to speak the words." My step-grandfather finally intervened. "Maybe it was the wind through the barn boards. Those old buildings make all kinds of sounds." His tone was gentle but dismissive. The subject was closed as far as the adults were concerned. None of us children went back to the barn that evening. We stayed close to the adults as the sky darkened and the birthday celebrations continued. I remember hardly eating any of the roast pig, my appetite lost. Every time I looked toward the barn, I felt that same prickling sensation on my neck. That night, I slept in a room with 4 other kids on makeshift pallets. None of us mentioned the picture, but I doubt any of us slept well. I kept dreaming of that whistling, calling me back to the barn. The next morning, in the bright sunlight, the whole incident seemed less terrifying but no less real. The adults had completely moved on, focused on cleaning up after the party and preparing for various relatives to depart. The other kids and I avoided talking about it directly, but we all steadfastly avoided the barn. 3 days later, near the end of our stay, my stepfather needed to get something from the barn and asked if I wanted to come along. I didn't want to, but I was more afraid of seeming like a baby than of the picture. Plus, it was daytime, and my stepdad would be with me. The barn looked ordinary in the daylight, dust motes dancing in the sunbeams that streaked through the windows. My stepfather went about his business, rummaging through some tools, while I stood nervously in the center of the room, my eyes drawn inevitably to that picture of Jesus. It looked completely normal. Just a mass-produced religious print in a simple frame. No movement, no sound, no indication that it had ever done anything unusual. But as I stared at it, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. The eyes in the picture seemed to follow me. I took a step to the right. The painted eyes remained fixed on me. I moved left. Still, that painted gaze tracked my movement. It wasn't dramatic or obvious, just a subtle impression that no matter where I stood in that barn, Jesus was looking directly at me. "Dad," I said. forgetting in my nervousness that he was my stepfather. "Does that picture look weird to you?" He glanced up from the toolbox he was sorting through. "The Jesus picture? No, it's been hanging there for as long as I can remember. My grandfather put it up decades ago." "Does it ever seem like it's watching you?" I asked hesitantly. He came over and stood beside me looking up at the picture. "That's kind of the point, isn't it? Jesus watching over us." He ruffled my hair. "You kids really spooked yourselves the other day, huh?" I didn't push it. Even at 9, I knew when adults had made up their minds not to believe something. But I kept my eyes on that picture the entire time we were in the barn, and I swear those painted eyes tracked every movement I made. We left the farm the next day. I never told my mother how deeply the incident had affected me. Over time, I convinced myself it must have been some strange acoustic phenomenon, perhaps caused by the structure of the barn or the weather conditions that day. But now I'm 28, and I've never forgotten that whistling picture. A few years ago, I actually called my stepsister to ask if the picture still hung in the barn. She told me the barn had been torn down after my step-grandfather passed away about 5 years earlier. The picture, along with other belongings, had been divided among family members. No one had wanted the Jesus picture, apparently, and it had ended up in a donation box to a local church. Sometimes I wonder if somewhere, in some other building, that picture is whistling to someone else. I've spoken to a couple of the cousins who were there that day. Some refuse to talk about it. Others, like me, still search for an explanation. A few have turned to religion, interpreting what we experienced as some kind of divine manifestation. Others lean toward the paranormal. I don't know what to believe. All I know is that on that summer evening, in a barn in rural Tennessee, 12 children heard a picture whistle. And 2 decades later, I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, certain I can hear that same soft, insistent whistling calling me from somewhere in the darkness. Whatever your beliefs, a whistling picture isn't something that's supposed to happen. And when 12 different children all hear the same impossible thing, well, I still haven't found a rational explanation that satisfies me. Have you? Story 12. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my family because I'm still trying to make sense of it all. It happened back in January 1996, during my winter break from college. It's been 27 years, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I was a sophomore at the time, and winter break meant coming back to my parents' house in suburban Pennsylvania. My older brother Mike was home from grad school too, and on my first night back, he dragged me out to a house party with some of his high school friends who were also home for the holidays. We ended up staying out until dawn. I remember walking home as the sky started getting lighter, both of us trying to be quiet so we wouldn't wake our parents. It was freezing cold, and I could see my breath in the air as we whispered and laughed about the night. When we got home around 5:30 in the morning, we were surprised to find my mom already up in the kitchen. She was making breakfast, which was weird, since she normally didn't get up until at least 7. She seemed distracted but smiled when she saw us. "You boys have fun?" she asked, flipping pancakes that nobody was going to eat. "Yeah, ran into a bunch of people from high school," Mike said. I was exhausted and just wanted to crash, so I mumbled something about being tired and headed upstairs to my bedroom. My room was exactly how I'd left it when I went to college. It was small, with blue walls and posters of bands I was into in high school. There was a dresser with a mirror directly across from my bed, a small desk with some of my old high school textbooks still stacked on it, and my single bed pushed against the wall. The red LED numbers on my alarm clock were visible in the mirror. 5:47 a.m. when I walked in. I kicked off my shoes, didn't even bother changing out of my clothes, and just collapsed onto my bed. I was that kind of tired, where your body feels heavy and your mind is still half processing the night. I remember staring at the ceiling for a bit, thinking about some of the people I'd seen at the party, before my eyes started getting heavy. I must have drifted off, because the next thing I remember was this sensation of pressure. It's hard to describe. It was like the air in the room suddenly became heavier, pressing down on me. Then came the wind. This is where it gets weird. I was inside my bedroom with the windows closed and the door shut. But suddenly there was this wind. Not a draft or a breeze, an actual howling wind that seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. It was roaring in my ears, and I could feel it against my skin, but nothing in the room was moving. The posters on my walls weren't fluttering. Nothing, and I couldn't move, not an inch. It was like my entire body had turned to concrete. I tried to lift my arm, turn my head, even just wiggle my fingers, but nothing worked. My eyes were still closed, but I was completely aware of what was happening. I wasn't asleep, but I wasn't fully awake either. I was trapped in this in-between state. I started to panic. My heart was racing, and I could feel sweat breaking out all over my body, but I still couldn't move. The only thing I could control was my breathing, which was coming in short, fast bursts. With what felt like an enormous effort, I managed to open my eyes. The room was dark, but not pitch black. There was some early morning light filtering through the blinds. I couldn't move my head to look around the room, so all I could see was what was directly in front of me, which was the mirror on my dresser. And that's when I saw it. In the reflection, I could see my bedroom door, and standing next to it was something, someone, a figure. In the darkness and through the mirror, I couldn't make out much detail, but it was definitely human-shaped. A person standing completely still by my door. But the head was wrong. It wasn't a normal head. It was misshapen, larger on one side, with what looked like objects or protrusions coming off of it. I couldn't make out a face at all. I wanted to turn my head to look directly at the door, but I still couldn't move. I was frozen, staring at this figure in the mirror, the wind still howling in my ears. My eyes flicked to the red numbers of my alarm clock, also visible in the mirror. 6:14 a.m. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, facing in my direction. I don't know if it was looking at me or not. I couldn't tell if it had eyes, but I felt like it was aware of me. As I watched, the clock changed to 6:15 a.m., and at that exact moment, several things happened at once. The wind stopped, the pressure lifted, the figure disappeared, and I could move again. I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for air like I'd been underwater. My t-shirt was soaked with sweat, and my heart was hammering so hard I could hear it. I whipped my head around to look at the door. There was nothing there, no one. The door was still closed. I jumped out of bed and turned on every light in the room. I checked behind the door, in the closet, under the bed, anywhere someone could hide. Nothing. I went to the window to see if it was open, causing the wind somehow, but it was locked tight. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the doorknob, but I had to check the rest of the house. I crept down the hallway, looking in every room. My brother was passed out in his bed, snoring. My parents' door was closed. I went downstairs and found my mom still in the kitchen, now sipping coffee and staring at nothing in particular. She looked up when I came in. "Everything okay?" she asked. There was something in her voice, something off. "Yeah," I lied. "Just can't sleep." She nodded absently. "Try to get some rest. We have a busy day tomorrow." I went back to my room but left the lights on. I sat on my bed until the sun came up fully, too afraid to close my eyes again. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. When I woke up again, it was almost noon. The events of the early morning felt distant and dreamlike, but the fear was still very real. I wondered if I'd had some kind of waking nightmare or sleep paralysis. I'd heard about that happening when you're overtired. I showered and went downstairs to find my parents dressed up, my dad in a suit and my mom in a black dress. "Oh, good, you're up," my dad said. We need to leave in about an hour. Leave? For what? I asked, confused. My parents exchanged a look. Your great-aunt Marjorie passed away early this morning, my mom said quietly. We need to go to the funeral home to make arrangements. I felt a chill run through me. What time did she die? The nursing home called around 6:30 this morning. They think it happened around 6 or a little before. She'd been fighting cancer for a while, but we thought she had more time. 6 or a little before, right when I saw the figure in my mirror. I didn't know what to say. I hardly knew my great-aunt. She was my mom's aunt, and we only saw her at family gatherings maybe once a year. She'd been diagnosed with some aggressive form of cancer the previous summer, and I knew she'd been going through treatment, but that was about it. I didn't even know she was in a nursing home. I'm sorry, Mom, I said, not knowing what else to say. It's okay. She was suffering. It's probably better this way, she replied, wiping at her eyes. The funeral will probably be the day after tomorrow. You'll be there, right? I nodded automatically, still trying to process the coincidence, if it was a coincidence, of my aunt dying at exactly the same time I'd had my weird experience. The next 2 days passed in a blur. I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened in my bedroom. I kept trying to rationalize it as sleep paralysis, but something didn't fit. The timing was too perfect. The day of the funeral came. It was cold and grey, the kind of January day that feels like it never really gets light. We drove to the small church where the service was being held. There weren't many people there. My aunt didn't have kids of her own, and most of her friends had already passed away. After the service, there was a brief viewing at the funeral home. I'd never been to an open casket before, and I was nervous about it. My mom asked if I wanted to go up with her, and I said yes, mostly because I didn't want to seem disrespectful. We approached the casket, and my mom took my hand. I steeled myself and looked down at my great-aunt's body. And that's when everything inside me went cold. Due to the cancer treatments, she had lost all her hair. And to make her look more presentable for the viewing, the funeral home had placed an elaborate head wrap on her. Decorated with small fabric flowers on one side, the wrap was bulky and misshapen, making her head look deformed, larger on one side, exactly like the figure I'd seen in my mirror. I must have made some kind of noise, because my mom squeezed my hand and whispered, I know, it's hard to see her like this. But that wasn't it at all. I was staring at the unmistakable silhouette of what I'd seen in my room. The same shape, the same protrusions that I now realized were flowers. I managed to get through the rest of the funeral in a daze. On the drive home, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. Had my great-aunt Marjorie come to see me at the moment of her death? Why me? We weren't close. I'd barely known her. Why not my mom, who she was actually related to? None of it made sense. When we got home, I went straight to my room and sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the mirror. The rational part of my brain was still trying to explain it away as coincidence, as my imagination filling in details after the fact. But I knew what I'd seen. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept the lights on and sat up watching the mirror, half afraid, half hoping she would appear again. She didn't. I tried asking my mom about Aunt Marjorie the next day, trying to figure out if there was some connection between us that I didn't know about, but there wasn't. She was just my mom's elderly aunt, who I saw at Thanksgiving sometimes. I've spent years trying to make sense of what happened. Why did my great-aunt come to me at the moment of her death? What was the howling wind I heard? Was she trying to tell me something, or was it just random chance that her spirit, if that's what it was, ended up in my room? I'll never know for sure. But what I do know is that something happened in my bedroom that January morning in 1996. Something I can't explain, and whenever I think about it, I still feel that same cold fear I felt when I looked into the mirror and saw someone who shouldn't have been there, standing by my door. I've never experienced anything like it before or since. But sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I catch myself listening for that wind, and sometimes, just sometimes, I think I can hear it starting to build in the distance. Story 13. I haven't told many people this story, partly because I'm still trying to make sense of it myself. This happened back in 1983, when I was 8 years old, living with my parents in this apartment building in downtown Chicago. We had a ground floor unit in a 3-story building, and I remember feeling lucky because we had access to this little backyard patio that none of the other apartments had. It wasn't much, just a small concrete slab with some potted plants my mum kept, but it was my kingdom when I was a kid. Behind the patio was this old shed. It was nothing special, just this weathered wooden structure that had probably been there since before the building was converted to apartments. My mum had claimed half of it as her craft room, where she kept her sewing stuff and yarn, but the other half was storage for seasonal decorations, tools, and some of my older toys that I'd outgrown but wasn't ready to give away. One of those toys was this wooden rocking horse my grandfather had made for me when I was about 4. By 8, I was technically too big for it, but I still loved that thing. It had these dark wooden runners and a red painted body with this mane made from real horsehair. The eyes were these glass marbles that caught the light weirdly sometimes. My mum wanted to give it away, but I threw such a fit about keeping it that she finally just moved it to the shed. The important thing about this shed was the door. It had this heavy-duty deadbolt that could only be unlocked from the outside with a key. The inside just had this metal knob you could turn, but no keyhole. My parents were really strict about keeping it locked because they worried about neighborhood kids getting in there and hurting themselves on my dad's tools. He kept the key hanging on a hook by our back door. So anyway, it was this really hot Saturday in July. My dad was working overtime at the factory, and my mum was stuck on this endless phone call with my aunt who lived in Puerto Rico. Once my mum got on the phone with Tia Lucia, you knew she wasn't getting off for at least 2 hours. They had this ritual where they'd catch up on every single family member, neighbor, and distant acquaintance they both knew. I was bored out of my mind, sitting at the kitchen table making paper airplanes. We had this narrow, long apartment layout where you could see straight from the kitchen all the way down the hall to the living room at the front. I could see my mum pacing back and forth with the phone cord stretching as she talked and laughed. Through the kitchen window, I noticed Carlos waving at me from outside. Carlos was this kid whose family owned the convenience store next door to our building. He was 10, which made him infinitely cooler in my eyes. His parents would sometimes let him come over to play with me when the store wasn't busy. I ran to ask my mum if I could go outside with Carlos. She covered the receiver for a second, nodded and said, "Stay in the backyard where I can see you if I look out, Miguel, and don't go anywhere else." Then she went right back to her conversation. Something about someone's wedding dress scandal. I grabbed the shed key from its hook, just in case we wanted to get some toys out, and ran outside to meet Carlos. He had this soccer ball with him, and we kicked it around the patio for a while. It wasn't a big space, but we made do, trying to do tricks and seeing who could bounce the ball on their knee the most times without dropping it. After about 20 minutes, we got bored with the ball. I remembered the paper airplanes I'd been making and thought Carlos might want to see them. I'd been experimenting with different designs I found in this library book, and I was pretty proud of how far some of them could fly. "Hey, want to see my paper airplanes? I made some cool ones that do loops," I told him. Carlos seemed interested, so I used the key to unlock the shed. It was stuffy inside, with that smell of dust and old wood. Sunlight came through a small window near the ceiling, making dust particles dance in the air. I flipped on the bare bulb that hung from the center of the ceiling. The shed wasn't big, maybe 10 feet by 8 feet. My mum's craft table was on the right, with all her fabric and sewing machine. The left side had shelves with paint cans, Christmas decorations in boxes, garden tools, and my old toys. The wooden rocking horse sat in the back corner, looking kind of sad, with a thin layer of dust on its red paint. I showed Carlos the different airplane designs I'd made, launching them across the small space to demonstrate their flight paths. He was genuinely impressed, especially by this one that would circle back when you threw it right. "These are awesome," he said, picking up my best design. "Hey, I've got an idea. I could trade you some candy from my dad's store for a couple of these. My cousin would love them." That sounded like an amazing deal to me. "Really? What kind of candy?" I asked, already imagining the possibilities. "We just got these new sour candies from Mexico. They're so good. I can bring you a whole bag for these," he said, holding up the 3 best planes I'd made. "Deal," I said immediately. Carlos grinned. "Cool. I'll go get them right now. My dad won't mind if I just take a few." He headed for the door, and I turned to gather some more paper to make replacements for the ones I was trading. That's when I heard the distinctive click of the deadbolt. I spun around. "Carlos." The door was closed. I ran to it and tried the handle. It didn't budge. "Carlos, did you lock it?" I called out, thinking maybe he just pulled it shut too hard. I heard his laugh from outside. "I'll be back in a minute with your candy," he called. "Wait, Carlos, you locked me in." "The door only opens from outside," I yelled, panic rising in my chest. I banged on the door with my fists. "Carlos, come back!" I heard him laugh again, but it sounded further away. "I'll be right back. Just wait." I kept banging on the door and yelling for about 5 minutes. I tried calling for my mom too, but I knew it was useless. The apartment windows were closed because of the air conditioning, and she was all the way at the front of our long apartment with the TV on and the phone to her ear. Plus, the shed was at the very back of the patio, as far from the building as possible. Eventually, I gave up and sat down on the floor. I wasn't really scared, just annoyed. Carlos would be back soon, I figured. He was probably just trying to be funny, or maybe he'd tell my mom where I was. Either way, I'd only be stuck for a little while. But as the minutes ticked by, I started to feel more anxious. The shed was getting hotter as the afternoon sun beat down on the roof. Sweat started to drip down my back, and the air felt thick and hard to breathe. I walked around the small space, looking for anything that might help. There was a window, but it was too small for even my 8-year-old body to fit through, and it was up near the ceiling anyway. I tried using a broom to bang on the back wall of the shed, thinking maybe a neighbor would hear, but the yards behind us were separated by tall wooden fences, and I didn't think anyone was out there anyway. After what felt like forever, but was probably about 20 minutes, I got really worried. What if Carlos had forgotten about me? What if he got in trouble at the store and couldn't come back? What if nobody found me until my dad came home from work late tonight? The shed was getting unbearably hot. I was thirsty and starting to feel a bit dizzy. I sat down on the rocking horse, more out of habit than anything else. It creaked under my weight. I really had outgrown it, but the familiar motion was comforting. I rocked back and forth slowly, trying not to cry. I wasn't a baby after all, but I was scared. I knew about heat stroke from a school assembly we'd had before summer break. People could die if they got too hot and didn't have water. Would that happen to me? I'm not sure how long I sat there rocking, but I was definitely starting to feel strange, lightheaded and kind of detached, like I was floating. The dust in the air seemed to be moving in weird patterns, and the single light bulb overhead seemed to pulse brighter and dimmer. That's when I noticed something strange. The quality of light coming in through the small window changed. It dimmed slightly, as if something or someone was moving outside the shed, blocking some of the sunlight. I stopped rocking and held my breath. The shadow lingered by the door. I heard the deadbolt's metal slide against metal as someone turned the key. Then slowly the door began to swing open. Relief flooded through me. "Carlos," I called out, jumping off the rocking horse and rushing toward the door. "What took you so long, man?" I stopped dead in my tracks as the door swung fully open. There was nobody there, nobody at all. The door was wide open, sunlight streaming in, but the patio was completely empty. I stepped outside cautiously, looking around. Nobody behind the door, nobody hiding in the corner of the patio, nobody running away. "Carlos!" I called out again, my voice shaky. No answer. I ran to the edge of the patio and looked toward the convenience store. I could see it was busy. There was a line of customers inside. Carlos was probably helping his parents with the register. He wouldn't have had time to come back yet. But if Carlos hadn't unlocked the door, who had? I felt a chill run down my spine despite the heat. I quickly closed the shed door without locking it and ran into our apartment through the back door. My mum was still on the phone in the living room, exactly where she'd been when I went outside. When she saw me come in, she covered the receiver and whispered, "Where's Carlos? Did he go home?" Yeah, I managed to say. "When did he leave?" Mum checked her watch. "Oh, about half an hour ago. His dad came by and said they needed help at the store. Didn't he tell you?" I called out to the backyard, "But you must not have heard me." My stomach dropped. Carlos had left half an hour ago, but I'd been locked in the shed that whole time. There's no way he could have come back to unlock it without my mom seeing him. "Are you okay, Miguel? You look pale," my mom said, frowning. "I'm fine," I lied. "Just really hot outside." She nodded and went back to her phone call. I went to my room and sat on my bed, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Carlos had locked me in, then left with his dad without telling me. I'd been trapped in there for at least 30 minutes. And then someone or something had unlocked the door, but there was nobody there. I kept thinking about it all day, and by bedtime, I'd convinced myself that maybe Carlos had quickly come back, unlocked the door, and run off before I could see him. Maybe he felt bad about the prank, but was too embarrassed to face me. That had to be it, right? The next morning, Sunday, I went with my mum to the convenience store to get some milk. Carlos was there, restocking candy shelves. "Hey," I said, trying to sound normal. "Thanks for unlocking the shed yesterday." He looked at me funny. "What are you talking about?" "When you locked me in the shed as a joke," I said. "You came back and unlocked it, right?" Carlos's face scrunched up in confusion. "I didn't lock you in any shed. My dad came and made me come back to work right after I left your house. We were super busy all afternoon." "But," I started, then stopped. The look on his face was genuine. He really hadn't come back. "Never mind, I must be thinking of another time," I mumbled. On the way home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. If Carlos hadn't unlocked the door, and my mum had been on the phone the whole time, and my dad was at work, who let me out? I never did figure it out. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the lock was faulty. Maybe I'd imagined being locked in. Maybe the wind somehow blew it open. But I knew none of those explanations made sense. That deadbolt was solid and secure. Someone had to have turned the key from the outside. The strangest part. That night when I was getting ready for bed, I remembered something that made my whole body go cold. When I was sitting on the rocking horse just before the door unlocked, it had started to rock differently. I thought it was just me moving it, but thinking back, it felt like it was rocking by itself, more energetically than I could have made it move. I never sat on that rocking horse again, but I also never got locked in the shed again, even though we lived in that apartment for 3 more years until we moved to the suburbs. Sometimes I wonder if whatever saved me that day was connected to the rocking horse somehow. My grandfather had made it, and he had died just a few months before this happened. To this day, I still don't have a logical explanation for who or what unlocked that door, but I can't shake the feeling that something was watching over me, something that knew I was in trouble and stepped in when I needed help. I don't know if it was a ghost, an angel, or something else entirely. All I know is that I'm grateful, because on that hot July afternoon, something saved me from what could have been a very dangerous situation. Story 14. I've never been a big believer in ghosts. I mean, I watched those paranormal shows on TV like everyone else, but I always figured there was some explanation behind the evidence they found. That changed last summer when I was 15. What happened that night at Eastern Cemetery in Portland still gives me goosebumps, and I've replayed it in my head countless times, trying to make sense of it. It started when my cousin Jake introduced me to this local paranormal group called Maine Spirit Seekers. They were mostly college-age people who investigated supposedly haunted places around Portland on weekends. Jake had been hanging out with them for a few months and thought I might be interested since I was visiting from Boston for the summer. They're doing an investigation at Eastern Cemetery this Saturday, Jake told me over breakfast at my aunt's house. You should come. They're cool with me bringing you as long as your parents are okay with it. My parents were back in Boston, and my aunt was pretty relaxed about what Jake and I did, as long as we weren't getting into trouble. When I asked her about joining the ghost hunt, she just laughed and said, "Better than you two getting drunk at some house party, I guess." So that's how I found myself meeting up with the Maine Spirit Seekers at a coffee shop near Monument Square around 9:30 on a warm July night. There were 5 of them. Megan, the leader, maybe 22 or so. Chris and Dylan, both college guys who seemed really into the technical equipment. Amber, who kept talking about her sensitivity to spirits. And Zach, who seemed like he was mostly there because he had a crush on Amber. Megan was super welcoming, shaking my hand and giving me the rundown on what they'd be doing. "Lucas, right? Glad to have you with us tonight. Eastern Cemetery is one of the oldest burial grounds in Portland, dating back to the 1700s. We've captured some interesting EVPs there before." "EVPs?" I asked. "Electronic voice phenomena," Chris explained, patting a digital recorder. "Spirit voices that show up on audio recordings but can't be heard during the actual investigation." We waited until 11, when the streets were quieter, before walking over to the cemetery. It was on Congress Street, right in the middle of the city. During the day, people probably walked past it without thinking twice, but at night, with the streetlights casting weird shadows through the iron fence, it looked exactly like a cemetery should look in a horror movie. "We're not technically supposed to be in here after dark," Megan whispered, as Dylan used some tool to open the gate. "But we're respectful. We don't damage anything, and we always leave everything exactly as we found it." I felt a rush of nervousness mixed with excitement as we slipped through the gate. This was definitely the most rebellious thing I'd done all summer. Jake seemed completely comfortable, though, having done this a few times already. The cemetery was a mix of very old gravestones and some larger structures. Many of the stones were worn down, making the inscriptions hard to read even with our flashlights. We all had small flashlights, but we kept them pointed downward to avoid being spotted from the street. "We'll split into 2 groups," Megan said. "Chris, Amber, and Zach, you guys check out the western section near the wall. Jake, Dylan, Lucas, and I will focus on the Gilman plot." She led us to a section that was surrounded by a low iron fence. Inside was an arrangement of graves that immediately caught my attention. In the center was a large stone sarcophagus, like a massive stone coffin sitting on top of the ground. Around it were smaller, normal-looking headstones, but what was weird was that they all seemed to be leaning away from the central structure, as if they were trying to get away from it. "Is it just me, or does that big tomb look like it's bullying the smaller graves?" I whispered to Jake. He snorted with laughter. "I've thought the same thing," Megan said, overhearing me. "But what's really interesting is that the smaller graves aren't all Gilmans. They have different last names, but they all died within a few months of each other in 1821. Dylan was setting up a tripod with a night vision camera while Megan pulled out a digital audio recorder with a separate microphone on a short cord. "We're going to place this directly on the sarcophagus," she said, showing me the recorder. "Sometimes we get clearer responses when the equipment is in direct contact with a grave." I watched as she carefully climbed over the small fence and placed the recorder on top of the flat stone lid of the sarcophagus. She positioned the external microphone a few inches away from the recorder itself. Now we'll conduct an EVP session for about 15 minutes, then leave the recorder running while we check out other areas, she explained. The EVP session was pretty much what I expected from watching ghost hunting shows. Megan would ask questions followed by periods of silence to give any spirits time to respond. Is there anyone here who would like to communicate with us? Silence. Can you tell us your name? More silence. Did you know the Gilman family? Nothing. After about 15 minutes of this, Megan said, "We'll leave the recorder here and check back later. Let's explore some of the older sections." We spent the next hour or so wandering through the cemetery, checking out interesting gravestones and taking photos. Occasionally we'd duck down and turn off our flashlights when we saw headlights approaching on Congress Street. A police car drove by slowly at one point, and we all froze behind a large monument, barely breathing until it passed. "They patrol pretty regularly," Dylan whispered, "but they rarely come inside unless they see flashlights or hear voices." The thrill of potentially getting caught made everything more exciting. I was having more fun than I'd expected, even though we hadn't experienced anything supernatural. Around 1 in the morning, Megan got a text from Chris saying they were ready to wrap up. Just as we were heading back toward the Gilman plot to retrieve the recorder, we saw headlights slowing down near the cemetery. "Cops!" Dylan hissed. "Get down!" We crouched behind some gravestones as a police cruiser stopped right in front of the gate. The officer didn't get out, but the car just sat there, idling. "I think they know we're in here," Jake whispered. After what felt like forever but was probably just a couple of minutes, the cruiser started moving again, continuing down Congress Street. "Let's grab the equipment and get out of here," Megan said. "They might circle back." We hurried over to the Gilman plot. Megan turned to me and said, "Lucas, can you grab the recorder off the sarcophagus? We need to move quickly." I hesitated for just a second, not because I was scared of ghosts, but because I didn't want to disrespect someone's grave. But everyone was looking at me expectantly, so I carefully stepped over the little fence and approached the sarcophagus. I reached out and grabbed the digital recorder, but as I did, the external microphone cord got caught underneath it. When I lifted the recorder, the microphone dragged across the stone surface of the sarcophagus lid, making a scraping sound. I quickly gathered the microphone too and handed everything to Megan. "Sorry about that," I whispered, feeling like I'd been clumsy. "No worries," she said, tucking the equipment into her bag. "Let's get out of here." We made our way to the gate and slipped out, trying to look casual as we walked down Congress Street. Once we were a safe distance away, everyone relaxed a bit. "Good investigation tonight," Megan said. "Everyone's welcome to come back to my apartment to review some of the evidence if you want. I'm curious to hear if we caught anything on that recorder." Jake looked at his watch. "It's getting late. I should probably get Lucas back home." "I want to know if we caught anything," I said quickly. I was invested now and didn't want to miss out on finding out if there were actually ghosts in that cemetery. Jake called our aunt, who was surprisingly cool with us staying out later as long as we were back by 3. So we all headed to Megan's apartment, a small one-bedroom place about 10 minutes away. While Megan made coffee for everyone, Dylan connected the digital recorder to a laptop and started going through the audio files. The first recordings were from the EVP session we'd conducted, and not surprisingly, there was nothing but our own voices and the occasional distant car noise. "Let's check the standalone recording," Megan said, referring to the time when we'd left the recorder on the sarcophagus while exploring other parts of the cemetery. Most of that recording was just ambient noise, distant traffic, the wind, maybe some rustling leaves. Occasionally we could hear faint voices from other parts of the cemetery, which must have been the other group. Nothing unusual. The coffee and late hour was starting to get to me, and I found myself nodding off on Megan's couch. Jake elbowed me a couple of times to keep me awake, but eventually I dozed off. I'm not sure how long I was asleep, but I was jolted awake by Chris saying, "Wait, play that again." Dylan had reached the end of the recording, the part where we had returned to retrieve the equipment after spotting the police car. I sat up, suddenly alert. On the recording, we could hear our hurried footsteps approaching the sarcophagus, then Megan's voice asking me to grab the recorder. There was some rustling as my hand appeared on camera, reaching for the device. Then that scraping sound as the microphone dragged across the stone lid. And then, clear as day, over the scraping sound, there was a voice, a breathy, drawn-out whisper that said, "Okay." Immediately following that, you could hear my normal voice saying, "Sorry about that," in response to dragging the microphone. Dylan played it again and again. Each time that whispered, "Okay," was unmistakable, dragged out over the sound of the microphone scraping stone. "Lucas, did you say anything else besides 'sorry about that'?" Megan asked, her eyes wide. "No," I said, my skin suddenly cold despite the warm apartment. "I definitely didn't say okay like that." "Could it have been one of you guys?" I asked, looking around the room. Everyone shook their heads. "We were several feet away," Jake said quietly, "and that voice doesn't sound like any of us." "Play it one more time," Chris requested. Dylan hit play again. The sequence was clear, the scraping sound of the microphone being dragged across stone, the whispered "okay" that seemed to come from right next to the microphone, and then my normal volume voice saying, "Sorry about that," a second later. "It's responding to you taking the recorder," Amber said, her face pale, "like it's giving you permission to take it." I felt a chill run down my spine. But I wasn't even talking when that voice happened. I was focused on grabbing the equipment. Megan looked thoughtful. "The timing is what makes this compelling. The whisper happens precisely when the microphone is dragging across the stone lid of the sarcophagus. Lucas, you couldn't have been making that sound and also dragging the microphone at the exact same moment." We all sat in silence for a minute, processing what we'd heard. I kept replaying the moment in my head, reaching for the recorder, accidentally dragging the microphone across the stone. But I hadn't heard any voice in that moment. None of us had. "What do we know about that sarcophagus?" Dylan finally asked. "Who's buried in it?" Megan pulled out her phone and started searching. "It belongs to Peter Gilman, died 1821. He was a wealthy merchant. The smaller graves around him are his business partners and their families, who all died within months of him during a tuberculosis outbreak." The graves that were all leaning away from his, I remembered, my voice sounding small. "Could be ground settling," Chris offered, but he didn't sound convinced. Jake checked his watch. "We should head back. Aunt Susan will be waiting up." I nodded, but I couldn't stop thinking about that voice. As we walked back to my aunt's house, Jake tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some weird audio glitch or feedback from the microphone dragging. "It clearly said, 'okay,'" I insisted. "That wasn't static or feedback." When we got back to the house, my aunt was asleep on the couch with the TV on. We quietly went upstairs to our rooms, but I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing that whispered "okay" in my head, imagining it coming from inside that stone sarcophagus as I dragged the microphone across its lid. The next morning, Megan texted Jake a cleaned-up version of the audio clip, and he forwarded it to me. Even with headphones in broad daylight, that whispered voice was unmistakable. It wasn't my voice. It wasn't anyone's voice from our group. That was 6 months ago. I'm back in Boston now, but I still think about that night all the time. I've researched Peter Gilman, trying to find out what kind of person he was. Why his business associates' graves all seemed to be leaning away from him, and why his spirit, if that's what it was, felt the need to give me permission to take the recorder. The main spirit seekers have been back to Eastern Cemetery several times since then, always focusing on the Gilman plot, but they've never captured anything like that voice again. Megan thinks the spirit only responded to me because I was an outsider, someone new. I don't know what I captured that night. Logic tells me there must be some explanation. Maybe someone else in our group was playing a trick, or maybe it was some weird acoustic phenomenon. But deep down, I know what I heard. Someone spoke to me from that sarcophagus, acknowledging my presence and giving me permission to take back what we'd placed there. I used to be skeptical about ghosts. Now, I'm not so sure. All I know is that I'll never forget that whispered voice, and I'll never look at old cemeteries the same way again, especially at night when the only witnesses to what happens there are the dead themselves. Story 15. I still can't sleep right when I'm alone at night. It's been 3 years since it happened, but I still get this feeling like someone's watching me from somewhere I can't see. This is my first time sharing what happened that night, and honestly, I'm only doing it because my therapist thinks it might help. I've told a few friends, but they just laugh it off or tell me I was just being paranoid. I know what I experienced, though. I know what I heard. I was 17 at the time, a junior in high school. My mum had to work late that Friday night, so I had the house to myself. It wasn't anything unusual. I'd stayed home alone plenty of times before. Mum's house is this old 2-story place in a quiet neighborhood. It was built in the 70s and has all those classic creaky floors and thin walls. You know, the kind where you can hear everything. Around 7 in the evening, I decided to grab some pizza from that place about 15 minutes away. I remember grabbing my keys, wallet and phone, then heading out. The pizza place was packed that night. Some high school event had just finished, and everyone seemed to have the same idea. What should have been a 20-minute trip ended up taking around 40 minutes. When I got back home, something felt different. At first, I couldn't put my finger on it. I parked in the driveway, grabbed the pizza box, and headed inside. The moment I stepped through the front door, I got this overwhelming sensation that I wasn't alone. It was like that feeling when someone's staring at the back of your head. You can't see them, but you just know. I called out, "Hello," like an idiot in a horror movie, knowing damn well my mom wasn't supposed to be home for hours. There was no answer, just the sound of the AC running. I set the pizza down on the kitchen counter and just stood there for a minute, listening. The house felt heavier somehow, like the air had thickened. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen drawer and decided to check the house. I felt stupid doing it, but I couldn't shake that feeling. I checked all the downstairs rooms first. Living room, dining room, Mum's office, the half bathroom. Nothing seemed out of place. All the windows were locked. The back door was still dead-bolted from the inside. I took a deep breath and headed upstairs, stepping carefully to avoid the spots I knew would creak. My bedroom door was closed, which was weird because I always leave it open. When I pushed it open, everything looked normal. My unmade bed, gaming set up in the corner, clothes scattered on the floor. I checked under the bed, behind the door, even in my closet. Nothing. I checked the other rooms upstairs, the guest bedroom, my mom's room, and the main bathroom. Everything was exactly as it should be. No broken windows, no signs of anyone else in the house. After a thorough search, I felt stupid for being so paranoid. I grabbed the pizza and a Coke from the fridge and headed up to my room. I decided to just chill and play some games to get my mind off this weird feeling. I sat up at my desk, but I couldn't concentrate on the game. I kept pausing to listen for any sounds in the house. Around 9, I remembered my hunting knife in my nightstand drawer. I grabbed it and set it on my desk, just to feel a little safer. My mum would have freaked if she knew I had it out, but something just didn't feel right. I kept playing, trying to lose myself in the game. but I swear I could feel eyes on me. Every few minutes I'd pause and look around my room. Nothing was there, but that feeling wouldn't go away. Around 10:30, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There were shadows moving under my door, like someone was walking back and forth in the hallway. The hallway light was on, so any movement would cast shadows into my room through that crack under the door. But the shadows were subtle, almost like whoever was casting them was trying not to be noticed. I muted my game and sat perfectly still. The shadows stopped. I waited, barely breathing, for what felt like forever. Nothing. I convinced myself it was just my imagination, or maybe the way the light was hitting something. By midnight I was exhausted but too freaked out to sleep. I decided to try anyway, but I left every single light in the house on. I even took my knife and put it under my pillow, which I know is dangerous. But I was that scared. I lay in bed scrolling through my phone, trying to distract myself. Every little house noise made me jump. I kept looking at the gap beneath my door, watching for any movement. And then I saw it, clear as day, the shadow of what looked like shoes, standing right outside my bedroom door, not moving, just standing there, like someone was waiting. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I sat up slowly, gripping the knife under my pillow. The shadow didn't move. I stared at it for what felt like an eternity, trying to convince myself it was just my mind playing tricks. This is stupid, I thought. There's no one here. I gathered all my courage, knife in hand, and rushed to the door, yanking it open to catch whoever was there. The hallway was empty, completely empty. I checked all the rooms again, knife clutched so tight my knuckles were white. Nothing had changed. No one was there. I went back to my room and locked the door. I decided to stay awake. No way was I sleeping after that. I sat on my bed with my back against the wall, watching videos on my phone with one earbud in so I could still hear if anything happened. That's when I heard it. The sound that still keeps me up at night. Footsteps, heavy footsteps, slowly coming up the stairs. Step, creak, step, creak. Our stairs have this distinct sound. The third step from the top makes this loud cracking noise no matter how carefully you walk on it. I've lived in that house for 7 years, so I know exactly what someone climbing those stairs sounds like. And this wasn't the house settling. These were deliberate, heavy footsteps, like someone really big was trying to walk quietly, but couldn't quite manage it. Step, creak, step, creak. The footsteps reached the landing at the top of the stairs. Then silence. I held my breath, waiting. The footsteps started again, moving down the hallway toward my room. Slow, methodical, getting closer. I panicked. I knew my door lock was flimsy. My mum had installed it herself, and it barely caught when locked. Whatever was out there could easily get in if it wanted to. I looked around frantically and decided the bathroom was safer. It had a solid door with a better lock. I counted to 3 in my head, then made a run for it. I flung open my bedroom door and sprinted the few feet to the bathroom, slamming and locking the door behind me. I stood there in the bathroom, shaking so hard I could barely hold my phone to call 911. I whispered to the dispatcher, terrified that whatever was out there would hear me. I told them someone was in the house, and they said officers were on the way. While I waited, I sat in the bathtub with the shower curtain pulled closed, still clutching my knife. I strained to hear any sounds from the hallway, but there was nothing, just complete silence. The police arrived about 10 minutes later. I heard them calling out as they entered the house. I stayed put until they knocked on the bathroom door, showing me their badges through the crack when I opened it. 2 officers swept the entire house, while a third stayed with me. They checked every room, closet, under every bed. They looked at all the windows and doors for signs of forced entry. Nothing. They even went outside and checked the perimeter of the house. No footprints, no broken windows, nothing disturbed at all. The officers were nice about it, but I could tell they thought I was just a scared kid who let his imagination run wild. They said it was probably just the house settling or the wind, but they'd file a report anyway. One of them even joked about how these old houses make all kinds of noises at night. I called my mom, and she came home early from work. She wasn't mad, just worried about me. She stayed up with me the rest of the night, and I finally fell asleep around 5 in the morning on the living room couch with her nearby. The next day, we did another search of the house together in the daylight. That's when we found it. Something both the police and I had missed the night before. In my bedroom closet, there was an attic hatch in the ceiling. It was slightly ajar. Neither Mom nor I even knew it existed. It was one of those pull-down ladder hatches, but the cord was missing. The opening was at least 8 feet up. I couldn't have reached it without a ladder, and we didn't keep one in my closet. Mom called the police again. They came back and checked the attic, but found nothing unusual. They suggested maybe the previous owners left it open, or it had been open for years without us noticing. But I knew it hadn't been open before. I'd lived in that room for 7 years, and I'd have noticed a freaking hole in my closet ceiling. After that night, I refused to stay in the house alone. If Mum had to work late, I'd go to a friend's house or have someone come over. I never told my friends exactly why. I just made excuses about not wanting to be alone. About a year later, Mom ran into the previous homeowners at a grocery store. During their catch-up conversation, the woman mentioned that her father had built the house in the 70s and had actually died in what was now my bedroom. He'd had a heart attack in his sleep. The woman said it so casually, like it was just an interesting fact about the house. Mum didn't tell me this until months later, worried it would freak me out even more. She was right. I'm 20 now and living in a dorm at college. Last summer at a party, I ended up telling this story to a small group. One woman there, a friend of a friend, claimed to be a medium. I thought she was full of it, but what she said next made my blood run cold. After I finished telling the story, leaving out the detail about the heavy footsteps, she looked at me with this weird expression and said, "It was a big boy, wasn't it? Heavy steps." Then she added, "Your door closed during the night too, right? Even though you fell asleep with it open." I had completely forgotten about that detail, that my door had been closed when I got home, even though I always leave it open. I never mentioned it when telling the story. I still don't know what was in my house that night. I don't know if it was a living person who somehow got in and out without leaving a trace, or something else. All I know is that ever since then, I can't shake the feeling of being watched, especially at night. And I still jump at the sound of footsteps on stairs. Sometimes I wonder if whatever it was is still there, walking those hallways at night while my mum sleeps. I've tried to convince her to move, but she thinks I'm being ridiculous. Maybe I am. But I know what I heard that night, and I know what I felt. And I know I'm never staying in that house alone again. Story 16. I never thought I'd actually share this. It's taken me years to even process what happened, let alone find the courage to write it down. But after everything my family has been through, maybe putting this out there will help someone else. Or maybe it'll just help me make sense of it all. I don't know. It started when I was 23. Just random bouts of sleep paralysis. Nothing too unusual at first. I'd read about it, knew it happened to people. I'd wake up in the middle of the night completely frozen, unable to move a muscle or call out. My eyes would be open, but my body wouldn't respond. The first few times were terrifying enough on their own, but then the shadow started appearing. The first night I saw it, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. It was just a darker patch against my bedroom wall, a tall, vaguely human-shaped silhouette. It didn't move. It just stood there watching me. I tried telling myself it was just my coat hanging on the door, or the shadows from the tree outside my window. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. There was something alive about it, something conscious. I could feel it looking at me even though it had no visible eyes. After about a minute, the paralysis broke. I sat up gasping, turned on every light in my apartment and didn't sleep again until sunrise. I tried to brush it off, told myself it was just a hallucination caused by the sleep paralysis. That's what all the websites said anyway, but it kept happening, once or twice a month at first, then weekly. The shadow would be in different places, sometimes by the door, sometimes at the foot of my bed, sometimes in the corner of the room, and eventually it started moving. The first time it approached me, I thought I was going to die from pure fear. It didn't walk so much as it glided, like its feet never touched the ground. It would come right up to the edge of my bed and just stand there, looming over me. I could feel its presence, cold, heavy, almost like static electricity in the air. And then it started touching me. God, it's still hard to describe this part. It wasn't a physical touch, not like fingers or hands. It was more like pressure, like something was pushing into my chest, trying to reach inside me. The sensation was so vivid, like it was trying to pull something out of me, my soul, my energy, whatever you want to call it. In those moments, I felt like I was being consumed. I tried everything, sleeping with lights on, changing apartments, even sleeping pills. Nothing helped. The shadow followed me. For years, this went on, through my 20s and into my 30s. I just learned to live with it, as fucked up as that sounds. I stopped telling people about it because the few friends I confided in looked at me like I was losing my mind. Then came the weekend that changed everything. I was 32, visiting my buddy Mike in Colorado. We'd been friends since college, and he'd invited me to stay at his cabin in the mountains for a long weekend. I was hesitant. I didn't want to have an episode while I was there and have to explain it to him, but I figured a change of scenery might help. The first night was fine. We stayed up late drinking beers, catching up, reminiscing about old times. I fell asleep on his couch around 3 in the morning and slept better than I had in months. No shadows, no paralysis. I thought maybe being away from home had broken the cycle. The second night, Mike insisted I take the bedroom while he crashed on the couch. I protested, but he wouldn't hear it. Around 2 in the morning, I felt it happening again. The heaviness settling over my body, the inability to move. And there it was, that familiar dark shape materializing at the foot of the bed. Only this time, it didn't just stand there. It crawled onto the bed. I could feel the mattress dip under its weight as it moved toward me. It crouched over my chest, and I swear I could smell something like wet earth and decay. The pressure on my chest was unbearable. I felt like I was suffocating, being drained away. In my head, I was screaming, begging for it to stop. But not a sound came out, and then suddenly the bedroom door flew open, light flooding in from the hallway. "Dude, what the fuck is that?" Mike's voice cut through the silence. "Get off him! Hey!" The shadow jerked up, turned toward Mike. I swear I saw it move, and then it just dissolved. Not gradually fading away, but more like it imploded into itself, gone in an instant. The paralysis broke, and I sat up gasping for air. Mike was standing in the doorway, his face white as a sheet. "You saw it?" I managed to croak out. His eyes were wide. There was something black, hunched over you. It looked like it was... Jesus, man. It looked like it was eating you. I can't describe what I felt in that moment. Terror, yes, but also an overwhelming relief. I wasn't crazy. It wasn't just in my head. Someone else had seen it too. We stayed up the rest of the night with every light in the cabin turned on, trying to process what had happened. Mike told me he'd gotten up to use the bathroom and heard strange sounds coming from the bedroom. Not quite words, but like a wet, guttural growling. When he opened the door, he saw a hunched black shape straddling my chest, its face buried in my torso. When he yelled, it had looked at him. He described seeing red pinpricks where eyes should be. I left the next morning. cut my trip short and drove the 7 hours back home in one straight shot. Something had shifted. It was no longer just my problem, my private nightmare. It was real. After that, I went down a rabbit hole. I researched everything I could find about shadow people, entities, demons, sleep paralysis. I talked to psychics, energy healers, priests, anyone who might have answers. Most dismissed me or tried to explain it away. But a very few, nodded knowingly when I described what was happening. An older woman who practiced some kind of indigenous healing traditions was the one who finally helped me. She taught me techniques to protect myself, energy shielding, visualization exercises, specific phrases to repeat. Most importantly, she helped me understand that fear was feeding it, that these entities, whatever they were, fed on negative energy. To my shock, her methods started working. The episodes became less frequent, less intense. When the shadow did appear, I could make it retreat by using the techniques she'd taught me. For the first time in nearly a decade, I felt like I had some control. But then, something happened that still makes my blood run cold. One night, after I'd successfully banished the shadow figure yet again, I heard a voice. Not audibly, more like words forming directly in my mind, but definitely not my own thoughts. If you keep pushing us away, we'll find someone else, your daughter. She shines brighter than you anyway. I didn't have a daughter, I wasn't even in a relationship at the time. But the threat lingered, haunting me. Life went on. The shadow visits became rare, then stopped altogether. I met Sarah 2 years later, fell in love, got married. When she told me she was pregnant, it was the happiest day of my life, until I remembered that voice and its threat. I never told Sarah about any of this. How could I? By the way, honey, I used to be haunted by shadow beings that threatened our unborn child. Yeah, that would go over well. Emma was born perfect and beautiful, and for years, everything was normal. I started to think maybe it had all been in my head after all. Maybe Mike had seen something else that night, or maybe we'd both experienced some kind of mass hallucination. Until Emma turned 8. It started with night terrors. She'd wake up screaming, inconsolable. When we asked what she'd dreamed about, she'd say, the monsters or the shadow people. My heart nearly stopped the first time she used those words. They stand by my bed, she told us one morning at breakfast, so casually it was chilling. They watch me. Sometimes they try to touch me. Sarah thought it was just normal childhood fears, amplified by something Emma had seen on TV or read in a book. I knew better. The shadows had found her just like they'd promised. It escalated quickly. Emma refused to sleep alone. She wouldn't stay in any room by herself, even during the day. She started developing anxiety, becoming withdrawn. Her teacher called us in for a conference, concerned about Emma's sudden personality change and the dark drawings she kept making. Tall, thin black figures with long fingers. We took her to a child psychologist, who diagnosed her with anxiety and possibly childhood onset OCD. They talked about medication, therapy. No one believed there was anything supernatural happening. No one except me. I started sleeping on the floor beside Emma's bed. Sarah thought I was indulging Emma's fears too much, but I couldn't tell her the real reason, that I was standing guard. I taught Emma simplified versions of the protection techniques I'd learned years before, framing them as special games to keep the bad dreams away. But it wasn't enough. Emma was deteriorating before our eyes. She'd lost weight, had dark circles under her eyes, jumped at the slightest sound. One night, after she'd finally fallen asleep, I sat in the hallway outside her room and broke down. I felt so helpless, so responsible. This was happening because of me, because of something that had followed me, something I'd pushed away instead of truly confronting. That night, I made a decision. After Sarah went to bed, I went back to Emma's room and sat in the small rocking chair in the corner. I closed my eyes and did something I hadn't dared to do in years. I opened myself up. I lowered all the mental shields I'd built, all the protections I'd learned, and I called to them. I know you're here. I know what you're doing to my daughter. Take me instead. Come back to me. Leave her alone. Nothing happened at first, but around 3 in the morning, the temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath clouding in front of me, and then they came. Not just one shadow this time, but 3. They materialized from the darkest corners of the room, tall and unnaturally thin, moving with that same gliding motion I remembered. They surrounded Emma's bed. One of them reached a long, spindly arm toward her sleeping form. "No," I said out loud, my voice surprisingly steady. "You want energy? Take mine. But you leave her alone, that's the deal." The shadows turned toward me, and I felt the full weight of their attention, like standing in front of an open furnace, but cold instead of hot. For a moment, nothing happened. Then one of them, the largest, moved toward me. The familiar paralysis crept over my body as it approached, but this time I didn't fight it. I let it come. What happened next is hard to describe. It was like being submerged in ice water while simultaneously feeling like my insides were being examined. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, but I remained conscious through all of it. The shadow seemed to be feeding, drawing something out of me, but also searching, like it was looking for something specific. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, it withdrew. The paralysis didn't lift immediately, but the shadow moved back to join the others. They seemed to communicate in some way, not with words, but with subtle shifts in their forms, pulses of deeper blackness within their silhouettes. Then, as suddenly as they'd appeared, they were gone. The room warmed up. I could move again. Emma slept peacefully through the whole thing. When she woke up the next morning, she seemed better, more like her old self. Over the next few weeks, she gradually improved. The night terrors stopped. She started sleeping in her own room again. The dark circles under her eyes faded. But I paid the price. The shadow visitations returned, not every night, but regularly. I'd wake up paralyzed, feeling them feeding on me, but I never fought them anymore. It was the bargain I'd made. Sarah noticed the change in me, how exhausted I always was, how I'd lost weight. I made excuses about stress at work. What else could I do? The important thing was that Emma was safe, or so I thought. 6 months after I made the bargain, I woke up around midnight. Not from paralysis this time. Something else had disturbed me. A sound from Emma's room. I got up, careful not to wake Sarah, and crept down the hall. Emma's door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open gently and peered inside. She was sleeping soundly, her nightlight casting a soft glow around the room. I was about to leave when I saw it. A smaller shadow, different from the others. It was perched on the edge of Emma's bed, shaped vaguely like a cat, but wrong, deformed. Its proportions were off, its movements jerky. As I watched, frozen in the doorway, it turned toward me. I swear I saw it tilt its head like it was curious about me. Then it leapt, not at me or at Emma, but toward the wall, where it vanished. I spent the rest of the night in Emma's rocking chair, watching over her. In the morning, I waited until Sarah had left for work, then sat down with Emma at the breakfast table. "Honey," I said carefully, "are you still having bad dreams?" She shook her head, mouth full of cereal. "Are you sure? You'd tell me if the shadows came back, right?" She swallowed her cereal and looked at me with those innocent eyes. "The tall shadows don't come anymore, Daddy." Relief washed over me. "That's good. Just Shadow Cat now," she added casually, reaching for her juice. My blood ran cold. "Shadow Cat?" Emma nodded. "He's not scary like the others. He sits on my bed sometimes. He doesn't talk, but I think he's protecting me from the tall shadows." I'd never mentioned what I'd seen last night. I'd never described anything like a cat to her. Yet here she was, naming the exact entity I'd witnessed. "What does Shadow Cat look like?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Like a cat, but made of shadows. But his shape is kind of funny, like he can't decide if he wants to be a cat or something else." She tilted her head, considering. "I like him. He's my friend." I didn't know what to make of this. Was this new entity a protector, or something more sinister playing a longer game? I spent the next few weeks in a constant state of vigilance, checking on Emma multiple times a night. Sometimes I would catch glimpses of the Shadow Cat, always at the edges of the room, always disappearing when I tried to look directly at it. But Emma seemed fine, happy, healthy, normal. The tall shadows still visited me, still fed. But something had shifted in our arrangement. It was less predatory now, almost symbiotic. I started doing research again, but this time with a different perspective. I began practicing meditation, shadow work, psychological techniques for confronting the darker aspects of one's own psyche. And slowly, I began to understand. These entities, whatever they were, weren't simply external forces preying on us. They were manifestations of something within us. The darkest parts of our souls, our fears, our traumas, taking form and feeding on our energy because we wouldn't acknowledge them any other way. Shadowcat appeared to Emma because she was too young, too innocent to have the kind of darkness that attracted the tall shadows. Instead, she'd manifested a protector, drawn from her love of animals and her need for a guardian. It's been 2 years since then. Emma is 10 now, thriving. Shadowcat still visits her occasionally, but less frequently as she grows more confident, more secure. The tall shadows come to me less often too, as I've learned to integrate the aspects of myself they represent rather than fear or fight them. Sarah still doesn't know any of this. How could she? Some burdens you carry alone, some battles you fight in silence, but sometimes late at night I still wonder, are these entities truly part of us, manifestations of our psyches? Or are they something older, something external that's learned to mimic our inner darkness, something that's been feeding on humanity's fears since the beginning of time? I don't have all the answers. All I know is that the shadows are real. They hunger, and they remember their promises, both the ones they make and the ones made to them. If you ever see them, those darker patches that don't quite fit the contours of your room, those silhouettes that seem to watch you from the corners, know this: what they want isn't your destruction, it's acknowledgement, recognition, the parts of yourself you've hidden away in darkness, finally demanding to be seen. Story 17. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that day in Hampshire, and it's been almost 2 years now. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family, but I need to get this off my chest because I still can't make sense of it. Me and my best mate Liam had always been interested in the paranormal. We weren't hardcore ghost hunters or anything, just two 16-year-olds who watched too many YouTube videos and thought it would be cool to try it ourselves. We'd saved up and bought some basic equipment, an EMF meter from Amazon, a cheap digital recorder, and this spirit box thing that Liam got for his birthday. The spirit box was basically just a modified radio that cycles through frequencies really quickly, and supposedly ghosts can manipulate it to communicate. Most of the time it just spat out random radio fragments, but we thought it was cool anyway. That Saturday in October started like any other weekend. It was getting close to Halloween, and we wanted to do something spooky to get in the mood. Liam had broken his arm skateboarding the week before, so we couldn't do anything too physical. That's when he mentioned this abandoned hut he'd spotted while hiking with his dad in Harewood Forest. It was perfect timing. We had our ghost hunting gear, the sun would be setting soon, and we had nothing better to do. I remember checking the time on my phone, 4:30 in the afternoon, as we parked our bikes at the edge of the forest. The sky was already turning that orangey-pink color that happens in autumn, and there was a slight chill in the air. I had a backpack with our equipment, some snacks and 2 flashlights. Liam led the way with his arm in a blue cast, occasionally using his phone as a light when the tree cover got thick. "It's about 10 minutes this way," he said, pointing down a barely visible path that veered off from the main trail. "My dad and I saw it from the main path, but we didn't go in." The forest was quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves and the crunch of twigs under our trainers. As we walked deeper into the woods, the trees grew denser and the fading sunlight struggled to reach the forest floor. I started feeling a bit uneasy, but I chalked it up to the excitement of potentially encountering something supernatural. After pushing through some overgrown bushes, we finally saw it, a small, dilapidated wooden structure that looked like it had been abandoned for decades. It wasn't a proper house, more like a gamekeeper's hut or something, with broken windows and a partially collapsed roof. Vines crawled up one side, and the wooden door hung awkwardly on one hinge. "This is perfect," Liam whispered, his eyes wide with excitement. "Definitely haunted." I wasn't so sure. It just looked sad and forgotten, but I didn't want to spoil the mood. We stood there for a moment, just taking it in, before Liam pushed the door open with his good arm. It creaked loudly, the sound echoing through the silent forest. The interior was small, just 2 rooms with rotting floorboards and walls covered in peeling wallpaper. There was an old iron bed frame in one corner, a broken table, and what might have once been a chair. The place smelled of dampness and decay. Dust particles danced in the beam of our flashlights. "Let's set up the equipment," I suggested, trying to sound confident despite the growing knot in my stomach. There was something about the place that felt, I don't know, heavy somehow. Not necessarily threatening, just intensely present. We placed the EMF meter on what remained of the table and turned on our digital recorder. Liam fumbled with the spirit box, his cast making it awkward to handle. When he finally turned it on, the harsh static filled the small space, making me jump despite myself. The radio frequencies flipped rapidly, occasionally picking up fragments of stations, a few notes of music, partial words, static. "Is anyone here with us?" Liam called out, using his professional ghost hunter voice that always made me want to laugh. "We're just here to talk. We don't mean any harm." More static, more random radio fragments. I was already starting to think this was a waste of time when suddenly, through the white noise, we heard what sounded like a complete word. "Peter." We both froze. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "Did you hear that?" Liam whispered. I nodded, not trusting my voice. It could have been coincidence, just a random name from a radio station, but it felt deliberate. "Is that your name, Peter?" I asked, finding my voice. The spirit box continued its erratic scanning, but there was no response for several minutes. We asked more questions. When did you live here? What happened to you? Are you alone? But got nothing clear in return. Just as I was about to suggest we pack up and head back before it got completely dark, the EMF meter suddenly spiked, all 5 lights flashing rapidly. "Something's happening," Liam said, his voice wavering between fear and excitement. The temperature in the hut seemed to drop several degrees in seconds. I could see my breath forming clouds in front of my face. The digital recorder started making a strange whining noise that we'd never heard before. "Is someone here with us?" I asked again, my voice barely above a whisper. Through the spirit box came 3 distinct words that made my blood run cold. "You, not, safe." Liam and I exchanged glances. "What do you mean?" Liam asked, his previous enthusiasm somewhat dampened. Before any response could come through, we heard something from outside, the unmistakable sound of footsteps crunching through the underbrush. Heavy footsteps, a man's footsteps. "Probably just a hiker," I said, though I didn't believe it myself. We were well off any marked trail, and it was getting dark. Who would be wandering around here? The spirit box suddenly became more active, the static lessening as words came through more clearly. Danger, man, weapon, leave now. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The footsteps outside grew louder, accompanied now by what sounded like heavy breathing and the occasional snap of a branch. We should go, I whispered to Liam, who nodded vigorously, his face pale in the beam of the flashlight. As we hurriedly gathered our equipment, the spirit box spoke again. Back door, quick. I hadn't even noticed there was a back door until that moment, a small half-hidden exit partially obscured by a fallen shelf. Without hesitation, we moved toward it, leaving the spirit box on until the last moment. Just as Liam was about to push open the back door, the spirit box spoke one final time, the clearest message yet. Dog, man, knife, run. I switched off the spirit box and shoved it in my backpack. Liam pushed the door open as quietly as possible, and we slipped out into the rapidly darkening forest. We had barely taken 5 steps when we heard the front door of the hut slam open with enough force to shake the entire structure. "Who's in here?" a gruff male voice bellowed. "I know someone's been messing around." We froze, unsure whether to run or try to explain ourselves. The decision was made for us when a massive dog, looked like some sort of Rottweiler mix, rounded the corner of the hut and spotted us, immediately letting out a series of deep, threatening barks. "There you are!" The man who appeared behind the dog made my stomach drop. He was tall and broad-shouldered, maybe in his 50s, with a weathered face and eyes that looked wrong somehow. Too intense, too angry. He wore dirty work clothes and heavy boots, and he had a leash in one hand, though the dog wasn't attached to it. "What are you little shits doing in my property?" he demanded, advancing toward us. The dog kept barking but stayed at his side. "We're sorry," I stammered, instinctively stepping in front of Liam and his broken arm. "We didn't know anyone owned this place. It looked abandoned." "Well, it fucking isn't," the man spat, now just a few meters away. "What were you doing in there? Stealing? Vandalizing?" "No, sir," Liam said from behind me, his voice higher than usual. "We were just exploring, ghost hunting, actually. We're really sorry. We'll leave right now." I thought this might diffuse the situation. We were clearly just stupid kids, and we hadn't damaged anything. But instead of calming down, the man's face contorted into something even more menacing. "Ghost hunting?" he sneered. "In my house? Looking for old Peter, were you?" My blood ran cold. Peter. The name that had come through the spirit box. "We didn't know," I repeated, taking a small step backward. "We're leaving now, okay?" The man's hand went to his belt, and with a movement that seemed almost casual, he pulled out a machete, an actual machete, the blade catching the last traces of daylight. "You think you can just trespass on a man's property and walk away?" he said, his voice now eerily calm. "You know what I do to trespassers?" He took another step forward, and I could smell alcohol on his breath. The dog had stopped barking and was now growling steadily, its eyes fixed on us. "I stick this right in their bellies," he continued, making a jabbing motion with the machete that made me flinch. "Twist it around a bit, pull it up toward the ribs. Makes a right mess, but the forest creatures clean it up eventually." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This man was threatening to kill us, 2 teenagers, over harmless trespassing, and he was describing it in detail. "Please," Liam's voice cracked behind me. "My parents know where we are. They're expecting us back." It was a lie, but a good one. The man paused, considering this. Then, to my confusion, his demeanor changed again. "Tell you what," he said, lowering the machete slightly, but not putting it away. "You boys come back tomorrow and fix my fence that's fallen down out back. Been meaning to do it myself, but since you're so keen on visiting my property, you can make yourselves useful." I was so shocked by this bizarre turn that I couldn't speak for a moment. He'd gone from threatening to murder us to asking for fence repair. "He has a broken arm," I finally managed, gesturing at Liam. The man's eyes narrowed. "One good arm is enough for holding wood while you hammer, ain't it? Be here at 9 tomorrow morning, or I'll find out where you live. I've got your bike details memorized already." I realized with horror that he must have seen our bikes at the edge of the forest. The thought that he might be able to track us down made my stomach turn. "Okay," I agreed, just wanting to get away. 9 tomorrow. The man grunted, seeming satisfied. He finally lowered the machete, but kept it in his hand. "Get going then, and don't try running off to tell anyone about our arrangement. Nobody would believe you anyway." We backed away slowly, not daring to turn our backs on him or the dog. Once we had put about 20 meters between us, we turned and walked as fast as we could without running, feeling his eyes on our backs the entire time. When we reached our bikes, we pedaled away like our lives depended on it, not saying a word, until we were well clear of the forest and back on the main road. "What the actual fuck?" Liam finally gasped, stopping his bike at a street corner. His face was sheet white, and his good hand was trembling on the handlebar. "I know," was all I could manage. My mind was racing, trying to process what had just happened. The abandoned hut, the spirit box, Peter, the warnings, the man with the machete and his dog. "The ghost knew," Liam said quietly. "It warned us about everything. The man, the dog, the knife." I nodded, unable to deny it. "It told us to leave just in time. If we'd stayed inside..." We didn't need to finish that thought. If the ghost, Peter, hadn't warned us, the man would have caught us inside the hut, cornered, with no way to escape. "We're not going back tomorrow," I said firmly. "We need to tell someone." And we did. We went straight to Liam's house and told his parents everything. They called the police, who took our statements but seemed skeptical at first, until they ran a check on the property. Turns out the hut and surrounding land had belonged to a man named Peter Kincaid, who disappeared in 1987. The current owner was a known troublemaker named Malcolm something or other, who had previous convictions for assault and had been illegally squatting in the area for months. The police went out there the next day and arrested him, found the machete, illegal traps in the forest, and evidence that he'd been living part-time in the hut despite its condition. They also found old photos hidden in a metal box under the floorboards, pictures of Peter Kincaid, who looked nothing like Malcolm, but had apparently died in that very hut under suspicious circumstances that were never fully resolved. I still can't explain what happened that day. I'm not religious or particularly spiritual, but I know what we experienced. Peter, or whatever was in that hut, saved our lives by warning us. I've thought about going back, maybe to say thank you, but I can't bring myself to do it. Some part of me is afraid that whatever kept Peter's spirit there might somehow keep me there too. I still have the recordings from that day. The spirit box messages are clear as day on the audio. Sometimes I listen to them, just to remind myself it was real. That voice warning us, dog, man, knife, run. 3 words that might have saved our lives, and I've never been ghost hunting since. Story 18. I'm still trying to process what happened to me last month. Every time I close my eyes, I see her crawling across the walls. I've never been one to believe in the paranormal. I always laughed at ghost stories and rolled my eyes at people who claimed to see apparitions. But after what I experienced in Florida, I don't know what to believe anymore. My girlfriend Melissa and I had been dating for about 8 months when she invited me to stay with her at her father's house in Tampa. It was a small, older home in a quiet neighborhood, nothing remarkable about it from the outside. Single story, faded yellow paint, a screened-in porch that had seen better days. The inside wasn't much different. Outdated furniture, family photos on the walls, the lingering smell of cigarettes despite her father's claims he'd quit years ago. From the moment I stepped foot in that house, something felt off. I can't explain it, but there was this heaviness in the air, like the oxygen was thicker somehow. I brushed it off as just being uncomfortable staying at her dad's place. He was a quiet guy, probably in his mid-60s, with this way of looking at you that made me feel like I was being sized up. He was pleasant enough, offering me beers and making small talk about sports, but something in his eyes never quite matched his friendly demeanor. Melissa and I were staying in her old bedroom. It was small with faded pink walls that hadn't been repainted since she was a teenager. There was a double bed pushed against one wall and a love seat under the window. The closet didn't have a door, just an opening with a tension rod for hanging clothes. Nothing creepy about it, just an ordinary bedroom. We'd been there for 3 days when Melissa and I got into this massive argument. I don't even remember what it was about now, something stupid and petty. She was stressed about work, I was irritable from not sleeping well in the unfamiliar house, and we both said things we shouldn't have. She stormed out, saying she was going to stay at her ex's place to see their daughter for a couple of days. I was pissed she was running to her ex's, but I didn't want to leave town yet, so I stayed at her dad's place. That night, it was a Tuesday, I remember, because her dad mentioned some TV show he wanted to watch. I went to bed around midnight. I couldn't fall asleep in the bed without Melissa there, so I decided to crash on the love seat instead. It was uncomfortable as hell, but I eventually dozed off. I woke up suddenly. You know that feeling when you just snap awake for no reason? It was like that, except I couldn't move, not a single muscle. My eyes were open, and I was completely aware of my surroundings, but it was like my body was made of concrete. I'd heard about sleep paralysis before, so at first I thought that's what was happening. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it would pass. The digital clock on the nightstand read 2:47 a.m. The room was dark, except for the dim glow from a streetlight filtering through the blinds. Everything was still. Too still. The air felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. That's when I felt it, this crushing weight pressing down on my entire body, not just my chest like people describe with sleep paralysis, but everywhere, like gravity had suddenly doubled. I was being pushed into the love seat, unable to even wiggle my fingers, and then I saw movement from the corner of my eye. Something was in the closet, something was watching me from that doorless opening. At first, it was just a shape, a darker shadow against the darkness of the closet. But then it moved forward, and I saw a face peek out. Jesus Christ, that face. It was an old woman's face, wrinkled, with sunken cheeks, and these enormous bulging eyes that caught what little light there was in the room. Her skin had this grayish-green tint to it, like something that had been underwater too long. Her hair was thin and wispy, hanging in patches from her scalp. She emerged fully from the closet, and that's when I realized she wasn't human, not even close. While her upper body was that of an elderly woman, bony shoulders and withered arms, her lower half was proportionately all wrong. It was tiny, like a baby's lower body, but with these long, spindly limbs that bent at unnatural angles. She moved like a gecko, her body low to the ground, limbs splayed out to the sides. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. I couldn't do either. I was completely paralyzed, forced to watch as this thing crept along the baseboards of the room. She moved slowly, deliberately, her head swiveling unnaturally as she went, those huge eyes never blinking. She didn't walk or crawl. She skittered like an insect, her movements jerky and uncoordinated. It was as if she was struggling against her own body. Each time one of her limbs touched the floor, I swear I heard the faint sound of wet suction, like peeling tape off a surface. The weight on my body intensified as she made her way around the perimeter of the room. I could barely breathe. My lungs felt like they were being compressed, and each shallow breath was a struggle. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The fear was overwhelming, all-consuming. I've never felt anything like it before or since. The gecko woman, as my mind had already labeled her, reached the foot of the love seat and stopped. She tilted her head to one side, then the other, studying me with those bulbous, unblinking eyes. Her mouth opened slightly, revealing teeth that were too numerous, too sharp for a human mouth. She seemed confused, like she was expecting someone else to be there. Then she spoke. Not with words, not exactly. It was more like I could hear her voice in my head, raspy and ancient, like sandpaper on stone. "You shouldn't be here." The voice scraped against my consciousness. "This isn't for you to see." She began to move again, creeping closer, her body undulating in a way that defied anatomy. As she approached my side, I could smell her, a putrid mix of mildew and something sickly sweet, like rotting fruit. I gagged internally, unable to turn my head away. The gecko woman reached out one gnarled hand toward my face. Her fingers were too long, the joints bent backwards, the nails yellow and curved like talons. I felt my skin crawl as she hovered her hand just above my cheek, not quite touching. I could feel the cold emanating from her, like standing next to an open freezer. "He brings them here," the voice in my head continued. "The little ones, always the little ones." She withdrew her hand abruptly and skittered back toward the closet, moving faster now, almost frantically. As she retreated, the pressure on my body began to ease slightly. I managed to twitch my fingers, then my toes. The relief was short-lived. Just as the gecko woman reached the closet, she stopped and turned back toward me. Those massive eyes seemed to grow even larger, taking up most of her face. She opened her mouth wider than should be physically possible, her jaw distending like a snake about to swallow its prey. "You don't belong," the voice rasped, "but now you've seen, now you know." Then she was gone, disappearing back into the closet. The weight lifted from my body all at once, and I gasped for air, my lungs burning. I could move again, but I was too terrified to get up. I lay there, shaking uncontrollably, my clothes soaked with sweat. 5 minutes passed. 10. The only sound in the room was my ragged breathing. Finally, I managed to work up the courage to switch on the lamp beside the love seat. The sudden light made me blink, but it was comforting. I scanned the room. Everything looked normal. No sign of the creature. I didn't want to, but I knew I had to check the closet. On trembling legs, I crossed the room, grabbing a hairbrush from the dresser as a pathetic weapon. I stood before the open closet, heart hammering in my chest. With a deep breath, I reached in and pushed aside the hanging clothes. Nothing. Just empty space. A few boxes on the floor, the back wall with peeling wallpaper. I checked behind every piece of clothing, moved the boxes, even knocked on the walls, looking for hidden compartments. There was nowhere the gecko woman could have gone. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat on the edge of the bed with all the lights on, the TV playing quietly for company, jumping at every creak and groan of the house settling. When morning finally came, I was exhausted, but determined to get out of that house. I packed my bags and was heading out when I ran into the next-door neighbor, an older woman watering her plants. She smiled and asked how I was enjoying my stay. I mumbled something non-committal, but she must have noticed my haggard appearance. "Not sleeping well?" she asked, her eyes knowing. "That house has that effect on people." I hesitated, then asked her what she meant. "I've lived next door for 27 years, she said, lowering her voice. "I've seen things in those windows at night, things no one believes when I tell them." She leaned closer, especially in that front bedroom. My blood ran cold. "What kind of things?" I managed to ask. She described exactly what I had seen. An old woman's upper body with a child's lower half moving along the walls like a lizard. She said she'd seen it multiple times over the years, always between 2 and 4 in the morning, always in that same bedroom. "I tried to tell the police once," she confided. "Years ago, when there were rumors about—" She trailed off, looking uncomfortable. "Rumors about what?" I pressed. She shook her head. "It's not my place to say. But that man..." She nodded toward the house, toward Melissa's father. "There's a reason young children don't visit that house anymore. There's a reason his own daughter kept his granddaughter away for so many years." The implications hit me like a truck. Melissa had never really explained why she and her ex limited her father's contact with their daughter. She'd always been vague, saying they had differences in parenting approaches. But now this neighbor was suggesting something far more sinister. I thanked her and left, texting Melissa that I'd had a family emergency and had to go back home. I couldn't bring myself to tell her what I'd seen or what I suspected. I didn't want to believe it myself. It's been a month now. Melissa and I broke up. I couldn't look at her without wondering if she knew, if she was protecting her father, if she had experienced the same apparition growing up in that house. I've done some research since then. Some believe that traumatic events can leave an energetic imprint, a kind of residual haunting that plays out again and again. What if the gecko woman was a manifestation of the children her father had harmed? The elderly face of the predator, the childlike body of the victims, forever joined in a grotesque reminder of what had happened in that house. I don't know if what I saw was sleep paralysis, a hallucination, or something supernatural. But I know what the neighbor saw. I know how real it felt. And I know I'll never set foot in that house again. Sometimes at night, I still feel that weight pressing down on me. I still hear that raspy voice in my head. Now you've seen, now you know. And I wonder what would have happened if the gecko woman had found who she was looking for that night, instead of me. Story 19. I still get chills when I think about that Thanksgiving at my grandmother's house when I was 9. It's been 15 years, but I swear I can still feel the cold sweat breaking out on my skin when I remember what happened in those woods. My grandmother lived in this big old farmhouse near Millbrook, completely surrounded by acres of dense forest. The place had been in our family for generations, and it was where everyone gathered for holidays. That year, pretty much the whole extended family was there, aunts, uncles, all my cousins. I was especially excited because my older cousin Jake was there. He was 13 and the coolest person I knew at that age. The morning of Thanksgiving was chaotic as usual. The adults were busy in the kitchen preparing the meal, and all us kids were told to go play outside to stay out of the way. It was unseasonably warm that day. Not hot, but comfortable enough that we only needed light jackets. You know how sometimes the weather just feels wrong? Like it's too nice when it shouldn't be. That's how it felt. After lunch, Jake suggested we go explore the woods behind the house. I'd been in those woods dozens of times, but never very far. My grandmother always warned us not to go deep into the forest. She'd tell us stories about how Native American tribes used to live there hundreds of years ago, and sometimes we'd find arrowheads or other little artifacts. Once, my uncle even found what he said was an old abandoned sweat lodge deep in the woods. But my grandmother had this way of speaking about the woods that made you think there was more to her warnings than just being afraid we'd get lost. Of course, that only made Jake more interested in exploring. He had that teenage need to push boundaries, and I was just happy to follow along with whatever he wanted to do. So after lunch, while the adults were napping or watching football, we slipped away from the other kids and headed into the trees. The woods started out the way I remembered them. Familiar paths, the stream where we'd catch frogs in summer, the big fallen oak we used as a bridge. But Jake wanted to go further. "Let's go somewhere no one's been in a while," he said. I remember him picking up a stick and using it to push aside branches as we walked. After about 15 minutes, the woods started to feel different. The trees grew closer together, blocking out more of the sky. The ground got rockier, with these weird patches of moss that seemed almost too green. It was getting harder to tell which direction we'd come from. I was starting to feel nervous, but I didn't want Jake to think I was a baby. My dad told me there's a cool rock ledge around here somewhere, Jake said, pushing ahead. You can see for miles. I wasn't sure if I believed him, but a few minutes later, we came upon exactly that. A rock outcropping that jutted out from a hillside, creating a sort of natural overlook. Below us was a steep embankment that led down to a part of the forest I'd never seen before. The trees down there looked different somehow, darker and more twisted. The whole area was in shadow, even though it was early afternoon. We stood at the edge of the outcropping, and that's when I first felt it. This weird sensation, like we were being watched. I didn't say anything because I figured it was just my imagination. Jake was tossing rocks down the embankment, watching them bounce and disappear into the undergrowth. I bet we could climb down, he said, looking at me with that challenging grin of his. I was about to answer when I saw something move in the shadows below. At first, it was just a dark shape shifting between the trees. But then it stepped into a patch of filtered sunlight, and I could see it clearly. It was tall, taller than my dad, who's 6'2". It was wearing what looked like old ragged clothes, a torn shirt and pants that were caked with dirt and what might have been dried blood. Its arms were too long, hanging down past its knees, with fingers that seemed to have too many joints. But it was the head that made my blood freeze. It had the face of a moose, not a mask. This wasn't someone in costume. The head was massive, with enormous antlers that branched out in all directions. Some of the points on the antlers looked broken or rotting. Its eyes were huge and black, with no whites at all, and they were fixed right on us. The worst part was its mouth. A moose's mouth shouldn't look like that. It was too wide, and there were teeth visible, sharp teeth that no herbivore should have. Jake saw it too. I heard him inhale sharply beside me. The thing tilted its head, studying us, and I swear I could feel its hunger. I just knew, like an instinct buried deep in my brain suddenly firing, that it wanted to eat us, not just kill us, eat us. For what felt like forever, we just stood there, frozen. Then the thing took a step forward, and that broke the spell. Jake grabbed my arm so hard it left bruises. "Run!" he whispered, and we did. We scrambled back from the ledge and took off the way we'd come, or at least the way we thought we'd come. Nothing looked familiar anymore. The trees seemed to have closed in, creating a thick canopy overhead that made everything dark and hazy. The air felt heavier, harder to breathe, and there was this smell, like rotting meat and wet fur. We could hear it behind us, branches snapping, leaves rustling, and this weird grunting sound that was almost like laughter. It was following us, and it wasn't hurrying. It knew these woods. It knew we were lost. At one point, Jake stumbled over a root and went down hard. I stopped to help him up, and that's when I looked back and saw it. It was only about 20 yards behind us, moving with this unnatural loping gait. Up close, it was even worse. Its skin, what I could see of it on its hands and where the shirt was torn, was grey and mottled, with patches of coarse hair, and the smell was overwhelming, like something had died and been left in the sun. Jake saw it too, and yanked me forward. We ran blindly, branches whipping our faces, thorns tearing at our clothes. I was sobbing but trying to stay quiet at the same time. Somehow, I knew that making noise would make things worse. We came to a clearing I'd never seen before, with a perfect circle of mushrooms in the center. A fairy ring, like in the stories my grandmother used to tell. The grass inside the ring was a different color than the grass outside, a brighter, almost unnatural green. Jake pulled me to a stop at the edge of the clearing. "Don't go in there," he said, his voice shaking. "We need to go around." I didn't question him. Something about that circle felt wrong, like it was a trap. The air in the clearing seemed to shimmer, and I had the strangest feeling that if we stepped inside, we might never come out again, at least not as ourselves. We skirted around the edge of the clearing, trying to move quietly. The thing, I couldn't think of it as anything but the moose man by then, was still behind us, but I couldn't see it anymore. I could just feel it, like a cold spot tracking us through the woods. The forest had become maze-like. Paths would appear and then vanish. Landmarks we passed seemed to repeat. I remember seeing the same distinctive twisted tree 3 times, even though we were moving in what felt like a straight line. Time felt wrong too, like we'd been running for hours, but my watch showed only 20 minutes had passed. Just when I thought we were completely lost, we heard my mom calling from somewhere in the distance. Her voice sounded far away and distorted, like she was calling through water, but it was definitely her. Jake grabbed my hand again, and we ran toward the sound. The woods seemed to fight us. Branches reached down to grab at our clothes. The ground became marshy, sucking at our shoes. At one point, I swear the trees parted to reveal the moose man standing just ahead of us, forcing us to change direction. We finally broke through the tree line into my grandmother's backyard, where my mom was standing near the porch steps. She looked annoyed, not scared. "There you are," she said. "I've been calling for 10 minutes. Where were you?" I started to tell her, but Jake squeezed my arm hard. "Just exploring," he said, his voice amazingly steady. "Lost track of time." My mom gave us a look, but didn't push it. "Well, come inside and clean up. Dinner's in an hour." I remember looking back at the woods as we walked to the house. The trees looked normal again, just an ordinary forest on a fall afternoon. But I could feel it watching us from somewhere in the shadows. Jake pulled me aside before we went in. "Don't tell anyone," he said. His face was pale and his hands were still shaking. "They won't believe us anyway." I nodded, but I was confused and scared. What had just happened? Had we really seen what I thought we had? The house was warm and noisy, filled with family and the smell of Thanksgiving dinner. It should have felt safe, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us out of the woods. After dinner, all the kids went outside to play hide-and-seek in the yard. It was getting dark, but the porch lights and the full moon made it bright enough to see. I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay inside where it was safe. But my mom insisted, saying I'd been acting weird all afternoon and needed some fresh air. I was it first, and I counted with my eyes closed, leaning against the big oak tree at the edge of the yard. When I finished counting, I opened my eyes and started looking for my cousins. I found most of them easily, behind the woodpile, under the porch, in the old playhouse. My cousin, Emily, was the last one. She was 7 and not very good at hiding. I spotted her crouched behind my grandmother's garden shed. I was walking toward her when I saw it, the moose man, standing in the shadows behind her. It was just watching, its massive antlered head tilted slightly, those black eyes reflecting the moonlight. I screamed. I couldn't help it. Emily turned, saw it, and screamed too. Then everyone was screaming. My other cousins came running to see what was happening, and they all saw it too, this impossible creature standing at the edge of my grandmother's yard. For a moment nobody moved. Then the moose man took a step forward and we all ran, even Jake, who was normally so brave. We burst into the house, all of us talking at once, trying to explain to the adults what we'd seen. Of course, they didn't believe us. My uncle went outside with a flashlight but found nothing. My mom said it was probably just a regular moose, though she couldn't explain why it would come so close to the house. My aunt suggested we'd gotten overexcited from playing in the dark and scared ourselves. But we knew what we'd seen, and the adults must have sensed something was wrong because they kept us inside for the rest of the night and locked all the doors, something they'd never done before at my grandmother's house. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept looking at the window, afraid I'd see that moose face staring in at me. I swear I heard sounds outside, not normal forest sounds, but something large moving around the house, testing doors and windows. At one point, I heard a scratching at my bedroom window, but I was too scared to look. The weird thing is, none of us kids ever really talked about it afterward. It was like we made an unspoken pact to pretend it hadn't happened. Over the years, I've occasionally tried to bring it up with my cousins, but they always change the subject. Even Jake, who I was closest to, just shakes his head and says, "Some things are better left alone." Last year, my grandmother passed away, and the family sold the house. I went back one last time to help clean it out. The woods were still there, of course, dark and deep behind the house. I stood at the edge of the yard, looking into the trees, and I swear I felt it watching me, waiting for me to come back in. I never returned to my grandmother's house after that. I never want to go anywhere near those woods again. Sometimes, when I'm driving on country roads at dusk, I find myself scanning the tree line, afraid of what might be standing there watching me. And on nights when the moon is full, I still double-check that my doors and windows are locked. I don't know what the Moose Man was, some kind of forest spirit, a creature from Native American legends or something else entirely. All I know is that it was real, it was hungry, and that day in the woods we only barely escaped it. And sometimes I still hear that scratching at my window at night. Mititai. Story 20. I never believed in ghosts. Actually, that's not completely true. I never really thought about them one way or another. If you had asked me a year ago if I believed in the supernatural, I probably would have shrugged and said maybe, without much conviction. That was before what happened at Central State. Now I don't know what to believe anymore. I've been a volunteer firefighter in Milledgeville, Georgia for about 3 years now. It's a small town, and we all pitch in where we can. My dad was a firefighter before me, and his dad before him. It's kind of a family tradition. Most calls are pretty routine: kitchen fires, car accidents, the occasional brush fire during the dry season. Nothing that would make the hair on the back of your neck stand up. Until that night at Central State Hospital. For those who don't know, Central State was once the largest mental hospital in the world. It opened back in 1842, and at its peak housed more than 12,000 patients. The place is massive, more like a small city than a hospital, with dozens of buildings spread across nearly 2,000 acres. Most of those buildings have been abandoned for decades now, just sitting there, rotting away. The main hospital closed down in the early 2000s, but parts of the campus are still used for various state facilities. One section housed a men's prison until about 10 years ago. That's where we got called to on a Tuesday night in October last year. I remember it clearly because we'd had a slow week, and I was actually thinking about heading home early when the call came in around 11:30 at night. The dispatcher said there was smoke coming from one of the abandoned prison buildings on the Central State grounds. At first, I figured it was probably just some teenagers who'd broken into party and accidentally started a fire, or maybe homeless people trying to stay warm. That happens a lot with these old buildings. It was a cool night, maybe around 50 degrees, with this thin layer of fog hanging low over everything. The kind of night where sounds carry weirdly far, but visibility is shot. Me and 4 other guys from my station loaded up and headed out. When we arrived, it was already past midnight. The abandoned prison building was a 4-story brick structure with most of the windows broken out. Smoke was billowing from several windows on the 2nd floor, but no visible flames yet. The building was surrounded by overgrown vegetation, and the whole place had this heavy, oppressive feel to it. Our captain, Mike, had us run a hose line to the nearest hydrant, which was thankfully still operational despite the building being abandoned. I was paired with Dave, a guy I'd worked with dozens of times before. We were tasked with making entry and locating the source of the fire, while the others set up the water supply and prepared for backup. The entrance to the building was a rusted metal door that had been forced open countless times over the years. The locks were broken, and the door screeched like something from a horror movie when we pushed it wider. I remember thinking that was kind of funny at the time, how cliché it seemed. I wasn't laughing later. Inside, the air was thick with dust and smoke, and our flashlights barely cut through the darkness. The lobby area was littered with debris, old papers, broken furniture, empty beer cans, and other evidence of trespassers. Graffiti covered almost every surface. Some of it was the usual tags and profanity, but some was disturbing. Crude drawings of distorted faces and phrases about death and suffering. We made our way to the stairwell, our boots crunching on broken glass and crumbling plaster. The smoke was getting thicker as we climbed to the second floor, and we could feel the temperature rising. We had our full gear on: turnout coats, pants, boots, helmets, SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus, standard procedure for an interior attack. The second floor was a long corridor with rooms on either side, former cells, I guess. The smoke was much heavier here, rolling along the ceiling in thick waves. About halfway down the hall, we found the source, a room on the right that had flames visible through the doorway. It looked like someone had piled up a bunch of old mattresses and furniture and set it on fire. The flames were starting to spread to the walls and ceiling. Dave radioed back to the others that we'd found the fire and gave our location. We started attacking it with our hose line, and soon 2 more guys from our crew joined us. The 4 of us were making good progress. The fire wasn't as bad as it had looked from outside. The thick smoke had made it seem worse. That's when things started to get weird. Because we needed more pressure for the hose, I was sent back toward the stairwell to feed more hose up to the guys. This put me alone in the hallway, maybe 40 feet from where the others were working in the fire room. I was focused on making sure the hose wasn't catching on anything as I fed it forward. That's when I felt it, a sudden cold spot, like walking through an invisible freezer. It was so unexpected that I actually stopped and looked around, thinking maybe there was a broken window nearby causing a draft. But there wasn't, just the dark hallway stretching behind me. And then I saw it. At the far end of the corridor, maybe 60 feet away, standing perfectly still, was a figure. At first I thought it was one of our crew who'd come in through another entrance. But even in the poor lighting, I could tell something was very wrong with what I was seeing. This thing was tall, impossibly tall. It had to be 7 or 8 feet at least, and unnaturally thin, like someone had stretched a normal person vertically. But what really got me was how dark it was. I know that sounds weird. How can something be darker than darkness? But it was. It was like a hole in reality, a shadow deeper than any shadow should be, standing out against the merely dark hallway. And its eyes, Jesus, its eyes were glowing red. Not bright red like LED lights, but a dull, smoldering red, like embers in a dying fire. I froze. The hose in my hands was forgotten. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't do anything but stare at this thing. It didn't move either. It just stood there watching me. I know it was watching me because I could feel its attention like a physical weight. Time seemed to stop. I don't know how long we stood there looking at each other. It might have been 10 seconds or 10 minutes. My mind couldn't process what I was seeing, but my body was reacting. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it in my throat. My skin was ice cold, despite being in full gear next to a fire. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. Then Dave yelled from the fire room, "Hey, we need more hose! Back out! Back out!" I flinched at the sound of his voice, automatically looking toward where the guys were fighting the fire. It was just for a split second. When I looked back down the hallway, the figure was gone, vanished. The hallway was empty. I stood there blinking stupidly for a few seconds, then reality snapped back into focus. I backed up the hose as requested, but kept glancing nervously down the hallway. Nothing appeared again. I wanted to tell the others what I'd seen, but what would I say? "Hey guys, I just saw some kind of giant shadow person with red eyes." They'd think I was losing it, so I kept quiet and focused on the job. We got the fire under control in about 20 minutes, then spent another hour making sure it was completely out and doing overhaul. The whole time, I kept feeling like something was watching me from the dark corners of that building. Every shadow seemed to shift and move when I wasn't looking directly at it. I've never been so relieved to exit a building in my life. When we got back to the station, I was still shaken up but trying not to show it. One of the older guys, Tom, must have noticed something was off because he asked if I was okay. I mumbled something about the creepy building getting to me, and he nodded knowingly. "That place has a bad history," he said. "Lots of people died there over the years, not just natural deaths either." I wanted to ask more, but the others were around, and I still didn't want to talk about what I'd seen. So I just nodded and went about cleaning up my gear. For weeks afterward, I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or smoke inhalation affecting my brain, or just my mind playing tricks in a spooky place at midnight. But I knew deep down none of those explanations fit. What I'd seen was real, whatever real means. I did some research on Central State Hospital in my free time. The place has a horrifying history. Patients were subjected to ice baths, electroshock therapy, and lobotomies. Many were restrained for days or weeks at a time. Over 20,000 people died there over its history, and most were buried in unmarked graves on the property. Some estimates put the number of unmarked graves at 30,000. The prison building where we'd fought the fire had its own dark past. It housed violent offenders who were deemed mentally ill, and conditions there were reported to be especially brutal. Several inmates had committed suicide over the years, and there were rumors of guards abusing prisoners. I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen, but I also couldn't bring myself to tell anyone. Who would believe me? Then, about 3 months after the incident, I was having a drink with Melissa, a firefighter from another station in our district. We weren't close friends, but we'd worked together on a few calls and got along well. Somehow, the conversation drifted to creepy places we'd had to enter for work. "The worst was during that pre-fire planning at Central State last summer," she said casually. "You know, when they were talking about redeveloping part of the campus and wanted us to check out the structural integrity of some buildings." My heart started beating faster. "What happened?" I asked, trying to sound merely curious. She took a sip of her beer and shuddered slightly. "We were in one of the old treatment buildings, the Baldwin building, I think they called it. It was broad daylight, middle of the afternoon, but the inside of that place was still dark as hell with all the boarded up windows. We were checking out the basement level, and I got separated from my group for maybe a minute, 2 at most." She paused, and I could see her debating whether to continue. "Go on," I encouraged. "This is going to sound crazy," she warned. "I've never told anyone this because I know how it sounds." "Try me," I said. She leaned forward and lowered her voice. "I saw something down there, a figure, but not a normal person. This thing was impossibly tall and thin, like someone stretched out, and dark. Darker than the darkness around it, if that makes any sense. And its eyes..." She trailed off. My mouth went dry. "Red eyes," I whispered. Her head snapped up, and she stared at me with a shocked expression. "How did you know that?" So I told her. Everything. The fire, the hallway, the figure, the feeling of being watched. As I spoke, her face went pale, and by the time I finished, her hands were trembling slightly. "That's exactly what I saw," she said. "Exactly. But the Baldwin building is on the complete opposite side of the campus from the prison building. It's got to be half a mile away at least." That's what really gets me. Whatever this thing is, it isn't confined to one building. It moves around the entire Central State campus, and the fact that Melissa saw it in broad daylight means it's not just some trick of the shadows at night. We compared notes further and realized there were other similarities in our experiences. We both felt an unnatural cold before seeing it. We both described the same feeling of it watching us with a palpable intensity, and we both only saw it for a short time before it vanished. Since that conversation, I've heard whispers from other emergency personnel who've had calls at different buildings on the Central State grounds. Not everyone has seen the figure, but many report feeling watched, experiencing cold spots, or hearing footsteps when no one else was around. I've had to go back to that campus twice since then for calls at other buildings. Nothing has happened, but each time I feel on edge the entire call, jumping at shadows and constantly looking over my shoulder. I can't shake the feeling that it's there somewhere, watching and waiting. For what? I don't know. I still don't know what I saw that night. Was it a ghost? Some kind of entity? A manifestation of the collective suffering that took place at Central State over more than a century and a half? I don't have answers, just questions that keep me up at night. What kind of spirit could appear in different buildings across such a massive complex? Why does it show itself to some people and not others? What does it want? All I know for certain is that something is haunting the grounds of Central State Hospital. Something tall and dark with glowing red eyes. Something that can appear and disappear at will, that can be seen both in the dead of night and the light of day. And I know that every time I drive past those crumbling buildings, I can't help but scan the broken windows, wondering if those red eyes are staring back at me from the darkness within.